How to stand by and watch. Bubble tea _5. Chingue stirred with his spoon, surprised when he saw the black granules inside. Yang, what's this black thing? He hadn't seen anything like this when he was drinking this in Inner Mongolia. Yang explained, it's tapioca pearls, made from cassava flour. Can it be eaten? Chingue asked. Yes, it can, Nayang nodded. Chingue took a sip from his spoon and was met with a rich milky fragrance, followed by a fresh tea aroma and a subtle fruity scent, all lingering in the mouth for a long time. The tapioca pearls were chewy, with a really nice texture, similar to that of fruit candy but much tastier. It was far tastier than the milk tea he had back in Inner Mongolia. Chengue's face was full of surprise. Seeing Chengue's reaction, Suihua knew the milk tea must taste good, so she immediately picked up her cup and took a sip. Yum! Indeed, the taste did not disappoint her. Since the milk tea received such high praise, Yang made 2 more pounds of tapioca pearls that evening to serve at the noodle restaurant the following day. After prepping for the next day, Yang went on to make some facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. With the blender, she didn't have to think much about making skincare products. Since villagers kept bringing her aloe vera, Yang was not worried about running out of stock. Yang was sorting out her skincare products when Chingue walked in. Yang, the freckle-removing cream you made last time is really good. I want to have 2 more sets. By the way, my colleague's sister is having acne problems. Can you make any acne-removing cream? He asked. Acne? Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. It depends on the type of acne. Is it caused by heatiness? Is it serious? Actually, aloe vera gel could suffice for mild acne, but if it's severe, the gel could only serve as an auxiliary inflammation reducer. Chingue continued, it's not that severe, but it isn't mild either. She has about 8 or 9 pimples, and it doesn't seem to be caused by heatiness. My colleague said his sister doesn't eat spicy food. Yang nodded, alright, please tell her if she can wait a day, I'll make it for her. The acne cream will be the same price as the freckle cream. Chingue took the cream from Yang with one hand and handed over the money with the other. Fine, it's a deal. The market for acne products is actually pretty large. It's arguably better than that for freckle removal. So, once Chingue left, Yang started researching acne products. For products applied to the face, safety comes first, and only pure, unpolluted ingredients should be used. Why couldn't domestically produced skin care products keep their foothold in the market? Because of their unethical practices. They made inferior products and charged a fortune. Customers aren't fools. All of a sudden, an idea popped into Yang's mind. She took a flashlight and went to the vegetable garden. When she came back, she had a handful of portulaca. Portulaca is a kind of wild grass, edible and medicinal. According to traditional Chinese medicine, portulaca can be used for clearing heat, promoting urination, detoxification, reducing inflammation, quenching thirst, and diuresis. In fact, portulaca has a significant effect that is often overlooked: acne removal. After Yang cleaned and blended the portulaca, she added some honey and a secret formula, turning it into a paste. This was how she made the acne removal cream. Of course, Yang wouldn't hastily sell the products she made. After washing her face, she applied a bit of cream on the skin behind her ears. Only after confirming there was no issue would she proceed to sell it. The first thing she did the next morning was to check the acne cream she applied the night before. Very good. The skin in the mirror was fair and showed no abnormalities. Yang hummed a tune in satisfaction, packed a box of skincare products to the back seat of the bike, and then nonchalantly went to wash up. Shortly after, noises could be heard from the kitchen. She finished all these just after 3 in the morning. By the time Suihua and Chingue got up, Yang had already ridden off on her bike. As it was the first day of selling milk tea, Yang followed her usual routine by giving away a cup of milk tea to every noodle customer. The milk tea came in both hot and normal temperature versions. Everyone was drinking milk tea for the first time, so as expected, Yang received countless positive reviews. How to stay uninvolved. Bubble tea _6. Because the cost of milk tea is much higher than sour plum soup, Yang plans to sell it for 3 cents a cup. Although the price is a little higher than sour plum soup, compared to drinks like Gianlibo and DeBailey soda, it's a lot cheaper, so diners can accept it. Little boss, your milk tea is good. I'd like to take a cup back for my son to try. Could you give me an extra one? Yang smiled and said, if you order another bowl of noodles, I can give you an extra cup. With so many customers in the shop, she couldn't break her rules. If she gave everyone an extra cup, she wouldn't need to do business anymore. What if I buy it alone? Yang explained, if you buy it alone, it's 3 cents a cup. The promotion of getting milk tea with noodles is only for today. There won't be any tomorrow morning. Alright, then cook another bowl of noodles for me. Only a fool would buy just 1 cup. People of this era have small appetites because they lack nutritious food, so they eat a lot. She could even eat 2 more bowls, let alone 1 more. After finishing her morning work, Yang took her skincare products to Wang Meifeng's unit during lunch break. Aunt Wang, here are the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel you wanted. Oh, and these samples are for acne treatment and freckle removal. You can give them to people with acne and freckles. If they like it, they can buy it from me. Wang Meifeng took the box. Alright, Yang, I got it. Thanks to Yang's skincare products, Wang Meifeng is now extremely popular at the company. Everywhere she goes, people take the initiative to greet her, and even many people she doesn't know come to find her. Even a number of leaders have bought skincare products from her. This isn't because she's selling Yang's skincare products, but because Yang indirectly helped her expand her network. As the saying goes, the more people, the better things will go. Who doesn't have a little trouble at home? Not only did Yang cure Yang Guobao for her, but she also did her such a big favor. Yang is simply her benefactor in life. After returning to her office, Wang Meifeng was immediately surrounded by a group of colleagues. Meifeng, how about it? Does the ice skin jade flesh from Divine Doctor have any stock now? Yes, Wang Meifeng laughed and distributed the skincare products to everyone, then gave the samples for acne and freckle removal to colleagues with acne and freckles. Lu Fen watched with her eyes turning red. She also wanted to buy a set of ice skin jade flesh from Wang Meifeng, but she didn't have the face to ask, especially since she had previously mocked Wang Meifeng, calling its skincare products for ugly faces. She regretted it. She shouldn't have done that back then. Lu Fen wished she could slap herself a few times. After a long struggle, Lu Fen finally saw Wang Meifeng at the bathroom door. She mustered up the courage to approach her and initiated the conversation. Meifeng, are you going to the bathroom? Upon hearing this, Wang Meifeng got goosebumps all over her body. What's up? Why are you acting so strange? Besides going to the bathroom, what else could I do in the bathroom? Lu Fen laughed and said, Meifeng, I'm sorry for what happened before. It was all because of my narrow mind. Please don't take it seriously. I'm the kind of person who has a bad mouth, but a good heart, Wang Meifeng said. With your good heart, you could curse your relatives with ugly faces and unable to marry. Lu Fen gave a dry laugh. Meifeng, you know all about it. I'm sorry, at that time, I was led astray. I didn't mean it, actually. Lu Fen's apology seemed quite sincere. Wang Meifeng didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, just say what you want. Lu Fen stuttered, I want to buy a set of ice skin jade flesh. Wang Meifeng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Fen, are you not afraid of having an ugly face anymore? Lu Fen immediately said, Meifeng, I really realized my mistake. I swear, I won't do that again in the future. Could you sell me a set? From a personal perspective, Wang Meifeng didn't want to sell the skincare products to Lu Fen, given the grudges between them. But, make friends, not enemies. Yang is doing business, and offending people isn't good. If she doesn't sell to Lu Fen this time, what if Lu Fen spreads rumors and makes trouble next time? Business people are most afraid of trouble coming their way. She couldn't let her personal matters affect Ni Yang's business. Moreover, Lu Fen could have asked someone else to buy it for her, but she didn't, which shows that Lu Fen has truly repented. In this case, there was no need for her to hold on to Lu Fen's faults, bearing in mind that Lu Fen had never apologized to anyone besides the leaders before. How to stand by and watch. Bubble T_7 No matter what, she had won this battle. Wang Meifeng continued, I can sell the item to you, but you must promise not to stir up any more rumors from now on. Okay, Lu Fen quickly nodded in agreement, I swear. Upon returning to the office, Wang Meifeng gave Lu Fen the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. By the way, I noticed a few freckles on your face. Would you like to try this freckle removing cream? Yes, thank you, Meifeng. Lu Fen was moved to tears. Seeing Lu Fen like this, everyone in the office thought they were hallucinating. My goodness, what had turned the sharp-tongued and mean Lu Fen into this? But this was a good thing. After all, everyone worked together in the same office. If they were always at odds, it would affect their work to some degree. Sun Mei walked over and discreetly gave Wang Meifeng a thumbs up. Meifeng, you're amazing. Even the old hag Lu Fen is totally subdued by you. Wang Meifeng laughed and said, it's all because of the great ice skin and jade flesh effect from the divine doctor. On her way home after work, Wang Meifeng bumped into an acquaintance. The acquaintance was none other than Lin Pingping. Pingping, are you coming from your aunt's house? Wang Meifeng initiated the conversation. Lin Pingping nodded, yeah, I stayed at my aunt's house last night. Oh. Wang Meifeng nodded, since you're free, why don't you come over to my place? You can have dinner at my house and we can have a good chat. Lin Pingping laughed and said, they'll visit another time, I have some chores to do at home. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they both turned to leave. Wang Meifeng had just turned around when it seemed as if she suddenly remembered something. Ping, wait. What's up? Wang Meifeng slipped 2 small boxes into Lin Pingping's hand. This is acne removing cream. It's developed by the divine doctor and it's really effective. Try it when you get home. To instill more confidence, Wang Meifeng added, this is from that same divine doctor who cured Xiao Dai. Lin Pingping looked puzzled. Can a doctor make skincare products? It's called medicinal beauty. Wang Meifeng continued, it's really good. You must try it. Lin Pingping casually tossed the acne cream into her purse. All right then. I'll take off first. See you. Wang Meifeng waved goodbye to Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping, as someone who has been through it all, knew that Wang Meifeng's smile was genuine. She also knew that Wang Meifeng was leading a happy life. Unlike her. Lin Pingping sighed softly and then headed home. When she reached her apartment, Lin Pingping saw her tidy in-laws followed by her husband, Hongbin. Dad, Mom, Hongbin, where are you guys heading? Her father-in-law and mother-in-law looked away in disgust, as if they might contaminate their eyes if they looked at Lin Pingping for too long. Hongbin also avoided looking directly at his wife's face. When he spoke, his eyes seemed to wander. My cousin is having a full moon banquet for her baby. My parents and I are going to join the celebration. The full moon banquet is a major event. Lin Pingping immediately said, let me get ready and go with you. You're going? Her mother-in-law, Shenqing, sneered, are you planning to scare everyone with your ugliness? Isn't it enough how much we've already been made fun of? You're embarrassing us. My poor Binbin is entirely out of luck to have married you. These words were truly hurtful. But hearing them over and over again, Lin Pingping had grown accustomed to it. She had become numb. Even her husband, who had once made sincere vows of love to her, was silent and didn't come to Lin Pingping's defense at all. He was indifferent, like a stranger. Before Lin Pingping could say anything, Shenqing extended her hand towards her. You went to the Mo family yesterday. Did they give you any money again? Hand it over. Everything in this house, from the social interactions to the cooking oil and salt, requires money. Don't think about stashing it away. Lin Pingping's voice was very calm. I didn't take any money from my aunt. What? You didn't? Upon hearing this, Shenqing flew into a rage. You worthless wench. Do you think our home is a bank? They give us money and you refuse to take it. Don't you understand? Everything you eat and drink belongs to my son. You're a cheap good-for-nothing who married into our family out of desperation. Shenqing was a classic evil mother-in-law. Having been ill-treated by her own mother-in-law, when she had finally become a mother-in-law herself, she, of course, wanted to assert her power. Moreover, Lin Pingping had married into the family of her own volition. Shenqing's sneering immediately attracted the attention of other people in the same building. She had to begrudgingly close her mouth. It was only then that Hongbin raised his head to look at Lin Pingping and sighed helplessly. Don't blame my mom for her harsh words. She has a point. Since the Mo family has money, why should it be an issue if they share some with us? Look at your cousin Baichuan from the Mo family. A watch on his wrist is as expensive as a house. And Mo Chishan, that spendthrift, he's already 27 and doesn't have a proper job, completely dependent on his family. What does that tell you? That the Mo family certainly isn't short of money. Let it go this time, learn to be smarter next time. Whatever they offer, accept it, don't act modestly, Hongbin said a lot in one breath. As Lin Pingping recalled Wang Maifeng's smiling face, she felt both frustrated and angry, her heart ached. She didn't wait for Hongbin to finish and turned around to walk away. This ugly woman. She dared to show us attitude. Does she even respect me as her mother-in-law? Divorce. I want a divorce tomorrow. Let's see who would want this ugly woman. Shenqing jumped up angrily. Hongbin said, let it go, Mom. Don't stoop to her level. Let's head over to my aunt's place first and deal with her later. After Lin Pingping came back, she opened the door to her room and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had become ugly now, but when she married Hongbin, she was one of the most beautiful women. When exactly did her life take such a downturn? After a while, Lin Pingping mindlessly tossed her purse on her vanity, creating a clattering sound as something fell out of it. She turned her head to see. It turned out to be the acne cream Wang Meifeng gave her. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege, acne cream? Lin Pingping's ears suddenly echoed with Wang Maifeng's words. Wang Meifeng had said that this acne cream was very effective and was made by the divine doctor. But over the years, she had already used too many acne products that claimed to be effective, including cosmetics medications developed by foreign professors. Yet, her face seemed to have developed immunity to these products. No matter what was applied, it couldn't prevent acne from growing. Would this tiny box of acne cream really work? Lin Pingping sat up from the bed and picked up the light green box. Lifting the lid, her eyes met a light brown, cream-like substance. It had a subtle fragrance, carrying with it hints of green grass and a faint smell of medicine. Lin Pingping was a Western medicine practitioner. She knew that these were common ingredients, perhaps useful for ordinary acne, but they had no effect on her. Lin Pingping sighed quietly and absent-mindedly set the acne cream on the dresser. Seeing her face reflected in the mirror of the dressing table, her eyes suddenly reddened. Lin Pingping wanted to cry her heart out, but she couldn't. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Mom, I'm back. Make me a meal. I'm starving. Where are you? It was the voice of her younger sister-in-law, Hong Meiyue. She was lazy and ambitious, a giant baby at 23. Yet, she was the apple of Shenqing's and Hong Dabing's eyes. Lin Pingping took a deep breath, opened the door and walked out. Ye is back. Hong Meiyue saw her come out and commanded like ordering a servant, oh, you're home? Why didn't you say anything? Are you acting like a dead person? Hurry and cook for me, I'm hungry. Lin Pingping squeezed a thin smile from the corner of her mouth. Okay, Just wait a moment. Hong Meiwe continued, never mind, don't cook. What's the matter, yeah? Lin Pingping looked at Hong Meiwe, puzzled. Hong Meiwe spoke in disgust, look at your disgusting face. What if it infects me? I'll eat out instead, give me money. Lin Pingping looked at Hong Meiwe, I don't have any money. I gave all of last month's salary to Mom. In the Hong family, every penny of her monthly salary was handed over to Shinqing. No money? Hong Meiwe squinted, didn't you receive a bonus last month? Where is that bonus? Did you hide it behind my mom's back to keep as private money? Lin Pingping did indeed receive a bonus last month. That bonus had been spent on a Picasso pen for Mo Hudi. An imported Picasso pen cost 200 yuan, amounting to several months of Lin Pingping's salary. No bonus was given. Of course, Lin Pingping wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Hong Meiwe about buying the pen. Oh, said Hong Meiwe, I see. You probably secretly went to the beauty salon to treat your face again, didn't you? I told you before, your face will never get better. Going to the beauty salon is just wasting money. You just wait until my mom and brother come back, I'll tell them what you did. As she said the last sentence, a gloating expression appeared on Hong Meiwe's face. Whatever you want. Lin Pingping spoke indifferently. Stunned, Hong Meiwe punched the cotton, angered and speechless. She had thought that Lin Pingping would have been frightened by her words and bribed her with money. Ugly wretch. Despicable woman. Hong Meiwe spoke viciously. Lin Pingping didn't say anything more and simply turned around and walked out. Where are you going? Hong Meiwe asked furiously. Lin Pingping didn't respond to her. Hong Meiwe was seething with anger, ugly freak. Just you wait, sooner or later I'll make my brother divorce you. Upon hearing the word divorce, Lin Pingping's steps stuttered for a moment. Divorce? No. She couldn't get a divorce. If she was divorced, she would have nothing left. No matter what, she wouldn't get divorced. Lin Pingping clenched her fist. The weather outside was beautiful. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was cloudless, and even the wind was warm. Lin Pingping didn't have a specific destination and wandered aimlessly. Until she saw a noodle restaurant with a closed sign on it did she finally stopped. To be precise, she was attracted by the girl inside the shop who was wiping tables. The girl was truly beautiful. As Lin Pingping looked at her, it was as if she saw herself from over a decade ago. At that time, she was just like her, brilliant, beautiful, young. Dumbfounded, Lin Pingping watched, her eyes filled with longing and envy. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _2. It is wonderful to be young. After a moment, Lin Pingping took her eyes away, walking forward absent-mindedly. She didn't even realize she had bumped into someone. Aunt, are you all right? Only then did Lin Pingping react. I'm fine. The young man who was bumped didn't say much. He carried a book in his hand and kept walking forward. He stopped in front of the sour fish noodle restaurant. A middle-aged lady came out with a smile. I'm sorry, young man, we're closed now. We will be open at 2:30 in the afternoon. The young man responded. Aunt, I am here to find Anai Yang. Is she here? The middle-aged woman nodded. Oh, you're looking for Yang Yang. Hang on, I'll call her for you. As Zhou Qingshang spoke, she walked towards the kitchen. In a moment, Anai Yang came out. Upon seeing the young man, she paused before saying, Li Wei. Indeed, it was Li Wei. Having seen Anai Yang on the street last night, Li Wei had made some inquiries and found that Anai Yang had opened a noodle restaurant here. At first, Li Wei couldn't believe that Anai Yang would open a noodle restaurant, and only standing inside the restaurant did he realize that Anai Yang had indeed opened one. First a stall, and now a restaurant. Anai Yang was beyond his imagination. Anai Yang, it's been a long time since we last met. I thought you left Beijing. I didn't expect you to open a noodle restaurant. Congratulations. Ni Yang smiled, thank you. Li Wei continued, I am puzzled by a math problem. Could you help me with it? Ni Yang nodded, sure. Li Wei genuinely needed Ni Yang's assistance in a math problem. It was a very difficult problem, one which not even the class monitor could solve. In this era, Chinese students had not yet had any exposure to Olympiad problems and were unfamiliar with the international standard. Li Wei was only dealing with Olympiad problems because the teacher in their class had studied abroad. Ni Yang took the test paper and began to ponder before she started solving. She was far removed from her previous life as a student. Facing this Olympiad problem, she was slightly dazed initially. She had to reorganize some knowledge points. Seeing her like this, Li Wei felt a little better. He had thought Ni Yang was capable of everything. As it turned out, there were problems Ni Yang could not solve either. That's right. The Olympiad problems were foreign. How could Ni Yang solve them? However, in the next moment, Ni Yang stunned Li Wei. She started to write down the process of solving the problem, stroke by stroke. Not only did she have the correct answer, but her solution was even clearer than the teacher's. You take a look, Ni Yang returned the paper to Li Wei. In mathematics, all logical thinking is the same. The formula I have just written can be applied universally. Even if you go to university and study advanced mathematics later, the logic will remain the same. Li Wei nodded, a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't even know what to say. After a while, he came back to his senses. Ni Yang, thank you very much. You're welcome, Ni Yang smiled gently. Li Wei glanced around the noodle restaurant. Then he continued, Ni Yang, the rent for such a large noodle shop must be expensive, isn't it? His family paid more than 150 yuan a month for a small shop. This shop of Ni Yang's must be even larger, thus could be assumed to be pricier. Ni Yang laughed, not very expensive, I bought this restaurant. She bought it? Ni Yang actually bought the restaurant. Li Wei swallowed back the words, if you need help, you can ask me. Ni Yang had bought her own restaurant, while his family was still renting a shop. What could he possibly help Ni Yang with? The last shred of superiority in Li Wei's heart vanished. He even forgot how he had left Ni Yang's restaurant. He walked home, still a little absent-minded. He didn't know what happened to him. When he first met Ni Yang, she was just a simple village girl with nothing. In just a few short months, Ni Yang had become a person who was superior to him in every way. Luckily, Ni Yang had dropped out of school by now. Otherwise, if he stood by Ni Yang, he would hardly even feel his existence. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _3. Once she became a university student, her experiences increased and her social circle expanded, Ni Yang would definitely not be as good as herself. Xiao Wei, did you just go to see Ni Yang? Qian Jinfeng came over from the side. Yes. Li Wei didn't hide it and simply nodded his head. Qian Jinfeng continued, did you find out where Ni Yang is renting a stall now? She didn't rent a stall. Didn't rent a stall? As Qian Jinfeng was puzzled, she heard Li Wei continue, Ni Yang has now bought her own shop. The noodle restaurant that just opened a few days ago and became very popular, that's Ni Yang's doing. What? Qian Jinfeng felt a sour pang in her heart when she heard this. Bought a shop. A shop costs 20 or 30,000 yuan. With renovation and all, it costs nearly 40,000 yuan. Ni Yang can actually afford to buy a shop. Their family had always wanted to buy a shop, but the business in the past few years was barely making ends meet. It was only in the past 2 years that things had started to improve, but they still lacked the money to buy even half a shop. Qian Jinfeng looked at Li Wei, saying, Xiao Wei, I forbid you to see her anymore. So what if she bought a shop? She still isn't good enough for you. You're taking your college entrance exam next June. You can't be distracted now. Once you get into a good university, won't you have your pick of female classmates? As she spoke, Qian Jinfeng began to walk away. Li Wei asked, Mom, where are you going? I'm going out for a stroll, Qian Jinfeng said. You don't worry about me. Stay home and study hard so that you can get into a good university and give me something to be proud of. Li Wei returned to his room with a strange feeling in his heart. He studied so hard, yet his academic performance was inferior to that of a business owner. Isn't that a joke? Qian Jinfeng went straight to Ni Yang's noodle restaurant. The well-decorated restaurant was large. The more Qian Jinfeng looked at it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Why did such a nice shop belong to Ni Yang? As it happened, Ni Yang was taking out the trash when Qian Jinfeng arrived at the restaurant. Ni Yang, I have something to say to you. Qian Jinfeng approached Ni Yang. Qian Jinfeng pondered for a long time. Why did Ni Yang open the restaurant here? She was obviously targeting her son, Li Wei. She couldn't let Ni Yang succeed. Ni Yang greeted her with a smile. Aunt Qian, please say what you have to say. Qian Jinfeng glanced around. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Ni Yang said, I'm about to open for business. Aunt Qian, just say it here. Qian Jinfeng nodded, then said, okay, since you're not afraid of making a fool of yourself, I'll say it straight. My Xiao Wei is going to college in the future. You are just a petty business owner, not to brag, but you are really not worthy of Xiao Wei. So, Aunt is asking you to bother Xiao Wei less in the future. As Qian Jinfeng said these words, she held her head high, adopting an air of unattainable arrogance. Her son was a golden phoenix. Ni Yang was not even worth mentioning as a sparrow. Hearing this, Ni Yang remained calm and smiled. Actually, I think you should tell Li Wei what you just said. Why don't you ask him, who is it that always provokes me first? I'm under a lot of pressure too. Don't just let your son run wild and blame others, okay? Qian Jinfeng was stunned. She didn't expect Ni Yang to have this attitude at all. She thought that after she said these words, Ni Yang would be very eager to please her. After all, in Ni Yang's eyes, she could be her future mother-in-law. Isn't it usual for a daughter-in-law to please her mother-in-law? But Ni Yang? Not only did she not show any eagerness to please, but she also retorted with derision. Did she just call her a dog? Before Qian Jinfeng could say anything, Ni Yang continued, as the saying goes, if the child is not taught, it's the parent's fault. If your son is not ambitious, how can you blame me? Now that Li Wei is not here, could you please tell him to stop looking for me, or else, I will have to report him for harassment. Ni Yang is a person of clear love and hatred, and she wouldn't take anyone's anger for no reason. Since Qian Jinfeng deliberately wanted to give her trouble, she certainly would not let Qian Jinfeng off easily. Qian Jinfeng was far from being able to bully her. Qian Jinfeng was trembling with anger. Yet, she had no rebuttal. If her son is not ambitious, who's to blame? If she continued to entangle with Ni Yang, she would just be embarrassing herself. Qian Jinfeng is a businesswoman and cares about her face. She knew that she couldn't make a scene at this time. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _4. Qian Jinfeng went back home stewing in her anger. When she returned, she washed an apple and handed it to Li Wei. Mom just went to see Ni Yang. Li Wei was surprised. What did you go to see her for? I told her to stop bothering you. But Ni Yang just scolded me, even saying that you're the one who always seek her out. Xiao Wei. Can we have some dignity? Listen to Mom, don't go looking for her anymore, okay? Qian Jinfeng embellished the story of what had just happened and told Li Wei. Li Wei remained silent. Qian Jinfeng continued, your job right now is to study hard, so that you can get into a good university next year. That Ni Yang will surely come begging to you. At that time, when she does, we can kick her far far away. That'll be revenge for Mom. After a long silence, Li Wei finally spoke. Mom, did Ni Yang really say that? Qian Jinfeng responded grumpily, I'm your mom. Would I lie to you? Li Wei then said, okay Mom, I understand. I will definitely get into a good university, for your sake. Hearing this, Qian Jinfeng responded with satisfaction, good, good, you are my good son. Lin Pingping was aimlessly wandering the streets when she saw a familiar figure. Is that Hongbin? Who is that pregnant woman standing behind Hongbin? After being married into the Hong family for over 10 years, Pingping understood the family well enough to know that the woman wasn't a relative. Moreover, Hongbin was being particularly affectionate with her, which was not the typical behavior between friends or relatives. Her usually strict parents-in-law were full of smiles, talking happily with the woman. The family of 4 seemed very cheerful. No wonder. No wonder they've stopped calling her a chicken that can't lay eggs. Turns out they've found a chicken that can lay eggs. Disbelieving, Lin Pingping took a few steps back and couldn't help but crouch down and sob quietly. With the way things had turned out, she couldn't blame anyone else. All she could blame was herself for not being able to give the Hong family a grandson after all these years. Not only had she failed to provide them with a grandson, she wasn't even able to save face in the end. Her life was a total failure. After a long time, Lin Pingping numbly got up, her legs felt like jelly, and she tottered back home in a daze. When she got home and looked at her disfigured face in the mirror, no trace of her former vitality and spirit could be found. What had she been holding on to all these years? Lin Pingping gave a scornful smile at her reflection in the mirror. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Hongbin strode in angrily. Lin Pingping, I heard from Yaya that you spent all your bonus last month on your face, is that true? Yes, Lin Pingping nodded. Hearing this, Hongbin exploded in fury. You know the situation at home. You're spending money recklessly. Do you really think your face can be fixed? I'm telling you, your face is beyond repair. Lin Pingping picked up her bag, put the anti-acne cream from her dressing table into it, and walked out. Stop. Where are you going? Lin Pingping turned around. Her face was so calm it was almost lifeless. I'm going to my aunt's house. To borrow money. Hearing the last 4 words, Hongbin immediately put on a gentle facade. Then you should go quickly. It's getting late, do you want me to accompany you? No need, I can go by myself. Lin Pingping's voice was soft. Hongbin didn't insist. Anyway, the Mo family were all snobs looking down on others. Apart from their money, they were good for nothing. It was better not to go. When Lin Pingping passed by the living room, her in-laws naturally didn't give her a friendly look. After a long day's work, Ni Yang rode her bicycle home. Just as she was nearing her house, Ni Yang heard a plop. It sounded like something heavy had fallen into the water. From Ni Yang's years of experience, it was clear that someone had fallen into the water. Ni Yang quickly jumped off her bike and ran to the riverbank. In the faint moonlight, sure enough, she saw someone struggling in the water. Without any hesitation, Ni Yang dove into the water, grabbed that person around the waist, and started swimming towards the shore with all her might. Luckily, Ni Yang was a good swimmer, and in no time, she had reached the shore. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _5. Ni Yang quickly performed first aid on the man she had brought ashore. Though he was timely saved from the brink of death, he was unconscious. Ni Yang parked the car by the roadside, hoisted the man onto her back, and started heading home. Upon seeing her return with a carried load, Ni Tsuehua exclaimed with surprise, Yang Yang, what happened? Ni Yang briefly explained the situation. Ni Tsuehua, a sympathetic person herself, immediately said, take him to the room quick, then go shower with warm water. I will go bring the car back. Just then, Ni Chengue walked in from outside, and after hearing the situation, volunteered, Sister Yang, I'll go bring the car back. You stay home and assist Yang Yang. Thank you, Sister Chingue. Ni Yang hadn't felt cold while rescuing the person earlier, but now upon making it at home, the bone-chilling cold was seeping in. Ni Yang took a hot bath, and Ni Tsuehua warmed up a bucket of water to wash the unconscious woman on the bed. She then fetched a set of her clothes for the woman to change into. The woman wasn't very attractive. Her hands were fair, but her face was dotted relentlessly with pimples, which made her hard to look at. Oh, she must be truly pitiful to attempt a suicide. Ni Tsuehua sighed continuously. After her bath, Ni Yang checked on the woman, and confirming she was in a stable state, she went to cook. To be prepared in case the woman woke up during the night, she made an extra bowl of red date and ginger porridge to drive away the cold. Sure enough, the woman stirred from her unconscious state as the three wrapped up their dinner. Ni Tsuehua asked with concern, "Sister, what made you so distressed that you attempted suicide? Life gives you only one chance, once lost, there's no second chance." Ni Chingue added, "Hanging on to life is always better than dying. Share your troubles with us. We might not be capable of much, but as the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than a zhuge liang. Maybe we could be of some help." The woman hung her head, her face filled with sorrow, and didn't know how to begin. Much later, she finally croaked out in a low voice, "Thank you for saving me, but I really don't want to live anymore." Her husband's betrayal. Her ruined appearance. This life already seemed pointless. By the end of her talk, she was drowned in tears, her throat choked as she recounted her story. "My name is Lin Pingping, I am 30 years old, a local of Beijing." Lin Pingping poured her heart out, leaving no detail of her grievances unsaid. In the past, out of fear of humiliation, she had never shared these with anyone. Now she didn't care about any of that. She just wanted someone to confide in. Listening to her, Ni Quihua's eyes got teary. She seemed to see her own reflection in Lin Pingping. Ni Chingue was also wiping her tears sympathetically and cursing the Hong family. Ni Yang slightly furrowed her brows unnoticed. Be it the present Lin Pingping or the past Ni Tsuehua, they all were victims of the times. Ni Yang crouched down to Lin Pingping's eye level. Her clear eyes were devoid of any disdain or revulsion. Her lush lips parted slowly and she began to speak. "Aunt Lin, you shouldn't have tried to kill yourself. You should live on, go to the court for a divorce and claim what's rightfully yours. His infidelity and his affair resulting in a pregnancy, that's nothing but shameless sleaziness. He not only deserves jail time but also to compensate for the waste of your 10 years. Trying to commit suicide at this point in time is like abdicating to that other woman. It's an extremely irrational move." Lin Pingping raised her head and upon seeing Ni Yang's face, she was taken aback momentarily. Wasn't this young girl, the one she had seen in the noodle restaurant in the morning? After a while, she echoed, "Divorce?" In this era, divorced women were shamed. Furthermore, Lin Pingping's old-fashioned upbringing made it challenging for her to envision living as a divorced woman, carrying the scorn associated with it. "Yes," Ni Yang affirmed, "divorce. But, Ni Yang carried on saying, "Aunt Lin, times have changed. Divorced women are everywhere, and divorce is not shameful. Everyone has their moments of blindness." Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua agreed fervently, "Sister, Yang is right. Divorce isn't a disgrace. Look at me, I'm living quite well now, right? My past was even worse than yours." Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _6. Ni Tsuehua was sharing her own story with Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping listened, her face gradually showing an incredibly shocked expression. She thought she was unlucky enough, but she hadn't expected that there were people in this world who were even unluckier than her. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she wouldn't have believed that there were people in this world who would abandon their own children. "Sister," Ni Tsuehua said with a sigh, "take my advice, get a divorce. You still have a long life ahead of you, why ruin it over a man like this?" Lin Pingping was a smart person who got the point quickly. The reason she was confused all these years was because she never showed her scars to others. Everyone thought she was happy, so naturally, no one talked to her about these things. Okay, sis, I got it, thank you all. Enrich said happily, I'm glad you understand. Yang brought a bowl of porridge in from outside. Auntie Lin, have some red dates and ginger porridge to warm up first. Thank you. Lin Pingping took the bowl of porridge with both hands and slowly drank it. That night, Lin Pingping and Enrich talked until late. She gained a lot of insights from Enrich's words and felt more and more that she was so foolish in the past. The next morning, Lin Pingping asked to say goodbye. Enrich handed her a bottle filled with a brown liquid. Ping, this is an acne cream made by Yang. She said it can cure the acne on your face. Lin Pingping refused. Sister Hua, you, Yang, and Sister Chinggui are all good people. You saved my life. How can I take your stuff now? Just take it, Enrich smiled. Stand up for us women and live a good life. Lin Pingping took the bottle, nodded resolutely, and said, Thank you, Sister Hua. After returning to the urban area, Lin Pingping didn't go back to the Hong family immediately. Instead, she found a classmate who was a lawyer and then visited a private detective agency. After doing all these, she went back to the Hong family as if nothing had happened. Just as she got home, Hongbin immediately asked her for money. Lin Pingping smiled and said, My aunt said that she would give us a bankbook in a few days, don't worry. Hongbin exclaimed, Really? Lin Pingping nodded, Of course it's true. Hongbin said, When you get the bankbook, you should give it to my mom for safekeeping. Sure, Lin Pingping nodded, I'll listen to you. Because the price of milk tea was 3 times higher than sour plum soup, Yang originally thought that milk tea wouldn't sell well that day. Unexpectedly, the milk tea was a huge hit. Some people lined up just to buy a cup of milk tea. Over 1,600 cups of milk tea were sold just in one morning. The sales revenue from the milk tea alone was more than 600 yuan for the day. Together with pickled vegetable noodles, the total revenue for the day was more than 1,300 yuan. This was the revenue when milk tea was sold out. If there was enough milk tea, the total could be even higher. Since milk tea was so popular, she had to plan ahead. Yang thought for a while, and during lunch break the next day, she went to the trademark office to register a trademark for the milk tea, called New York milk tea. Yang was a person of vision. She never left trouble for herself or loopholes for her competitors when she did things. She had a clear goal. To do big things. To earn big money. The second day after Lin Pingping returned, she finally had time to look at the acne cream Yang gave her. She took off the cap and was stunned when she saw the acne cream. Wasn't this acne cream the same as the one that Wang Meifeng gave her? Lin Pingping took out the little box from her bag, and when she opened it, it smelled and looked the same as what Wang Meifeng gave her. Although she knew that this acne cream couldn't heal the acne on her face, she still applied it evenly on her face. Just try it. She couldn't let down Yang's kindness. The Mo family. Madame Mo held Mo Kishan's hand and pleaded, Old Six, the girl your cousin introduced to you this time is really good, according to the people I asked. Why don't you go see her? Mo Kishan helplessly said, Mom, I'll be honest with you, I already have someone in my heart. If I go, wouldn't it be irresponsible to the girl? Someone? Madame Mo asked curiously, Who? Who is this girl? Do I know her? Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _7 Mo Chishan said with a smile, Don't worry about that. When the time is right, you'll come to know. Upon hearing this, Grandma Mo felt a pang in her heart. This foolish boy, could he still be pining for that Zhao Jingrong? Grandma Mo continued, Even if you have someone, just go take a glance. Just one look, you won't lose anything. Besides, your cousin has already arranged a suitable girl for you. How can you stand her up now? How would that make her look? At this moment, the abrupt sound of a telephone rang in the air. A servant answered it, then said, muffling the receiver, "Madam, it's a call from your niece." Grandma Mo said, "Tell Ping Ping that the 6th will be there soon." After saying this, Grandma Mo turned to look at Mo Chishan, pushing him out. "Hurry, hurry, pop over for a look and come back. Don't embarrass your cousin." Reluctantly, Mo Chishan had to go outside, mount his bicycle, and head towards the urban area. Lin Pingping had arranged for Mo Chishan to meet a marriage prospect named Huang Ro. Huang Ro, true to her name, was very beautiful and gentle. But upon seeing that Mo Chishan had arrived on a bicycle, her expression instantly darkened. Wasn't it said that Mo Chishan's family was quite wealthy? Why had he come on a shabby bicycle? Was he deliberately testing her? Number 6, over here, Lin Pingping waved at Mo Chishan. As Pingping had only just started applying acne cream, there was no visible change to her face. "Cousin," Mo Chishan got off his bike. Lin Pingping laughed and said, "Number 6, this is Comrade Huang Ro. Little Ro, this is my cousin, Mo Chishan." Huang Ro nodded her head. Lin Pingping continued, "Number 6, why don't you take little Ro for a stroll? I have some work at my office, so I'll be heading back first." Having said that, Lin Pingping turned and left. "Mr. Mo, I heard from Sister Pingping that your family conditions are pretty good?" Huang Ro asked tentatively. Honestly, Mo Chishan was quite handsome, but Huang Ro was a pragmatic person. What did good looks account for? Could they be spent like money, or eaten like food? Mo Chishan chuckled, "Miss Huang, if there's a chance that we'll be spending the rest of our lives together, I don't wish to hide anything from you. My name is Mo Chishan, I dropped out of high school, I have 4 older brothers, my parents are both alive, and while my family's conditions are fairly good, that's all to my brother's credit. It has nothing to do with me. So after getting married, they'll have to move out. But don't worry, as long as we're diligent, I'm confident we can change our circumstances and live a good life." "Are you saying that you have nothing?" Huang Ro raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Mo Chishan nodded. This was completely different from what Lin Pingping had described. Huang Ro felt like she'd been seriously deceived. "You have nothing, yet you have the audacity to come and meet me for a set-up date? What makes you think you, a penniless fool, deserve me?" Huang Ro screamed, "Have you even looked in the mirror? Do you see what kind of person you are? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Have you no shame? People like you will never get married in this life. You make me sick. Comrade, if you don't like him, fine. But there's no need for personal attacks, right? Just because you don't like him doesn't mean others won't." A gentle voice came from the air. Huang Ro looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful face. She scoffed, "Who would like this kind of penniless wimp?" Ni Yang walked over, naturally taking Mo Chishan's hand. "I do. Brother Mo, ignore her, let's go." Huang Ro was speechless. "Are you blind? You're interested in this kind of person?" Ni Yang paused, looking back at Huang Ro. "We simply have different values. You value money, I value people. So, you can't negate me, and I can't negate you." "Crazy." Huang Ro muttered, then quickly walked away from there. Once sure that Huang Ro was out of sight, Ni Yang let go of Mo Chishan's hand. "Brother Mo, I'm sorry." Ni Yang, who in her previous life had experienced so many grand scenes, now had a layer of sweat on her palms. Her heartbeat was a little haphazard. Although it was early winter, she felt unexplainably hot. Mo Chishan was no better. His ears were burning red, and his hand remained in a semi-grasping state. It was his first time holding a girl's hand. How could he not be nervous? Trying to remain calm, Mo Chishan said, "It's all right, thank you." Ni Yang chuckled, "No problem, you helped me before, remember? By the way, was that your girlfriend just now?" Mo Chishan said, "No, she was a blind date arranged by my family. I really didn't want to come, but my mom, Mo Chishan, normally such a smooth talker, suddenly didn't know how to explain what had just happened. Ni Young nodded. Ah, I see. Yang, how come you're here? Mo Chishan changed the subject. Ni Young said, I happened to be out during lunch, wandering around, looking for a factory that could make disposable paper cups. I didn't expect to run into you here. If Ni Young wanted to expand her bubble tea business, she would need to find a good manufacturer of disposable paper cups. The bubble tea she was currently selling was served in glass cups. If customers wanted to take it home, they had to use their own cups. It's really inconvenient. If she had disposable paper cups, it would be much more convenient. Disposable paper cups actually have been around since the early 20th century, but at a time when transportation was not advanced, they didn't make it to China. Disposable paper cups? Mo Chishan raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you have a sample I can take a look at? Yes, I do. Ni Young fetched a notebook from her bag and handed it to Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan took the notebook, and when he saw the designs on it, his eyes flashed with surprise. Did you draw all of these? Divorce, then buy a shop. _1 The design on the notebook was angular, exuding a strong sense of three-dimensionality. Some details were also sketched out very well, with text annotations aside that were clear and distinct. It even surpassed some of the professional designers. Who would believe that such a design was the work of a 17-year-old girl if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Moreover, these kinds of paper cups were only circulated abroad. They were almost non-existent domestically, making it hard to imagine how extensive the knowledge and experience of this person were. Mo Chishan had a look of astonishment. Ni Young nodded. I drew it, but am not sure if there's a manufacturer who can produce it. How many do you need now? Mo Chishan asked. Ni Young replied, I need about 2,000 a day, which amounts to about 60,000 a month, and the demand may increase. Although the quantity was large, it was actually not that much due to the weightlessness of disposable cups. The difficulty lies in finding the cup manufacturing factory. Ni Young had already approached several factories, all of which stated they did not possess the required technology. Some people even misunderstood the concept of making cups using paper. Mo Chishan observed the design. I have a classmate in this field. He even went abroad for an investigation tour. I'll ask him for you. Really? Ni Young was somewhat surprised. Mo Chishan nodded. Really? Ni Young smiled and said, Thank you so much, Brother Mo. Mo Chishan responded, You're welcome. We are friends, plus you just helped me. Friends. If he could add a girl in front of friend, that would be even better. By the way, Brother Mo, have you ever tasted milk tea? Ni Young asked. No, Mo Chishan responded immediately. Ni Young continued, Then, come to my place. I'll make milk tea for you. Sure. The pair arrived at the noodle restaurant. They hadn't started business for the day yet. Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang were napping inside. They walked in quietly. Ni Young whispered, Brother Mo, you sit here for a while. I'll make the milk tea for you. They were very close to each other. Mo Chishan could even smell the faint fragrance from her, smelling like bamboo but not orchid. It was particularly pleasing. Okay. Ni Young turned and entered the kitchen, opened up the gas stove, and started making milk tea. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of tea. Seeing osmanthus flowers and glutinous rice flour on the side, Ni Young also made a few osmanthus cakes. About half an hour later, she walked out of the kitchen. Ni Young placed the milk tea and osmanthus cake in front of Mo Chishan. Brother Mo, have a taste. Mo Chishan first pinched a piece of faint yellow osmanthus cake. It was soft and glutinous. The cake melted in his mouth, the sweetness was just right, displaying a refreshing texture. It was incredibly delicious. Eating osmanthus cake while sipping the flavorful milk tea, the taste was simply too good. Mo Chishan couldn't resist having a second piece, then a third. Seeing him relish the cakes, Yang couldn't resist having a piece herself. Yes, the taste was indeed surprisingly good. A slight curvaceous smile unfurled across Yang's lips, her dimples visible. Who knows whose eyes were dazzled by her? The two chatted while sipping their milk tea. Afternoon came quickly. After Mo Chishan left, old Granny Mo couldn't wait any longer to ask him about his blind date. Mo Chishan said, "Not good, she didn't like me at all." "Didn't like you?" Old Granny Mo said incredulously, "How is that possible?" Even though Mo Kishan's reputation was quite bad among their peers, he was still considered outstanding among ordinary households. Moreover, he was handsome. How couldn't the girl like him? Mo Chishan smiled and said, "At first, when she saw me riding a bicycle, her face looked off." Old Granny Mo sighed, "You have a car at home but you insist on riding a bicycle. Now see what happened, you can't even find a wife. A wise man should marry a virtuous wife. It's better without such a superficial girl who chooses the rich and snubs the poor." Mo Chishan stood up to massage old Granny Mo's shoulders. "Mom, don't introduce me to these people anymore. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, there's no need to rush." Old Granny Mo went on, "Old Six, you told me you have someone in mind this morning, is it true?" "It's true." Mo Chishan nodded, not trying to hide it. Divorce, then by the shop. _2. The elderly Mrs. Mo pondered her words and asked tentatively, "Son, tell your mother truthfully, are you still hung up on Zhao Jingrong?" Mo Chishan laughed out loud, "Mother, what are you thinking about? How many times have I even met Zhao Jingrong? Don't worry, it's not her." Hearing this, the elderly Mrs. Mo finally let out a sigh of relief, "As long as it's not her." Having said that, she asked again, "Do I know the girl?" Mo Chishan said, "I'll keep it a secret for now." "Is it Yang?" The elderly Mrs. Mo turned her head to look at Mo Chishan. Upon thinking about it carefully, over this period, Mo Chishan did spend quite a lot of time with Yang. And Yang was a very likable young girl. It would be normal for Mo Chishan to take a liking to Yang. Instead of directly answering the question, Mo Chishan said, "I'm going up to rest first, Mother, you should go to bed early too." But the elderly Mrs. Mo was not a fool, she just laughed and cursed, "Naughty boy." Lin Pingping visited the detective agency again today. This time, she not only got the photos, but she also found the address of the other woman. In order to confirm that the address was correct, Lin Pingping spent half a day staking it out. In the evening, she finally saw a familiar figure walking briskly towards her. The woman was pregnant and walked over saying, "Aben Guiji." The two looked around cautiously before heading into the apartment. It was only after a long while that the two of them emerged from the apartment. Su Guiji whispered in a low voice, "When are you going to divorce that ugly woman at home? Our child is about to be born, you can't just leave us out in the cold, can you?" Hongbin said, "I want to divorce, but she keeps disagreeing. As long as my heart is with you, does it really matter if we're divorced or not? Moreover, once our child is born, we will need money for everything. Her family is so rich, wouldn't it be the same as cutting off my own wealth if I divorce her now? She doesn't want to divorce? Well, let her earn money for us to raise our son." Hongbin's thoughts are more beautiful than anyone else's, one wife to make money and support the family, and another wife to continue the family lineage. Upon hearing this, Su Guiji chuckled and said, "How do you know that it's definitely a boy?" "My mother said so. Judging by the shape of your belly, it must be a boy." The conversation between the two continued. Lin Pingping reached out and held onto a tree branch tightly, her grip so strong that her fingernails dug deep into the bark of the tree. 10 years. She had wasted 10 years of her youth on this ungrateful man. Disgusting. Lin Pingping struggled to control her rage. After a long while, she finally turned around and left. When she returned to the Hong family, it was already very late. "Why are you only coming back now?" Shen Qing said unhappily, go and wash the dishes. Lin Pingping kept quiet and ignored her. Hongbin frowned deeply. My mother is talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Pingping looked up at him. Am I your family's maid? To her recollection, Lin Pingping had never acted this way before. She had always been one to endure. If Shinqing told her to go east, she would not dare to go west. If Shinqing told her to go west, she would not dare to go east. For a moment, both Shinqing and Hongbin felt their dignity being challenged. What does Lin Pingping count as? What right does she have to throw tantrums in the Hong family's house? Hongbin angrily said, Lin Pingping. What are you trying to do? I'm already being nice by not rejecting you with the way you are now. And you still dare to create problems. And show no respect to seniors. My mother has been tired all day. What's wrong with her asking you to wash the dishes? Lin Pingping smiled faintly. May I ask, was I like this on the day I married you? Hongbin, ask yourself, what have you given me in these 10 years? Have you fulfilled your duties as a husband? Has anyone in your family ever treated me like a human being? Hongbin's brow knitted and his face was filled with disgust. If it weren't for the money, he would find it disgusting to even take a second look at Lin Pingping. Complain? What does Lin Pingping have to complain about? It was Lin Pingping who pursued him in the first place, and it was Lin Pingping who insisted on marrying him. It's not like he can't find a wife. Shinqing jumped out and cursed, You ugly bitch, what do you mean by that? If you don't want to be in this relationship anymore, pack your things and leave the Hong family immediately. If it weren't for you insisting on marrying our Binbin back then, maybe he would have been successful by now. It's because of you, you jinx. You ungrateful bitch. Divorce, then by the shop. 3. Your Hong family? Lin Pingping turned her head to look at Shinqing, smiling. How dare you say that? Have you forgotten that this apartment was bought with the money my aunt gave me? How does it have anything to do with your Hong family? Shinqing was livid. How dare she? This unattractive woman now dared to speak to her this way. If she didn't show her power, Lin Pingping might actually think she was a pushover. You shameless, lowly woman. Are you planning on denying our ownership of this house? Divorce. I want a divorce right now. The Hong family doesn't need disgraceful people like you. Shinqing held her head high, waiting for Lin Pingping to kneel and beg her. Previously, any mention of divorce would scare Lin Pingping half to death. Would Lin Pingping agree to a divorce? Never. Don't worry, even if you don't mention it, I want a divorce too. I've had it with your family. What? Lin Pingping wanted a divorce? At her words, the atmosphere in the room quiets immediately. Even Hong Yuanyang, busy reading the newspaper, put it down. Lin Pingping, do you have any idea what you're saying? Hong Bin looked at her in disbelief. Lin Pingping loved him so much, how could she possibly want a divorce? Was she running a fever? Lin Pingping enunciated every word. I said I want a divorce. This is my house, a house that I bought. I want you and your family out of here, now. Beyond shameless. Has Lin Pingping no shame? Shinqing was furious. She grabbed a broom and aimed it at Lin Pingping. This is my son's house, the Hong family's house. If anyone should leave, it's you, you slut. Get out, now, get out. They had been living in this house for 10 years. How dare Lin Pingping try to take it from them? Impossible. Lin Pingping grabbed the broom and pushed hard. You old hag, you don't have the right to hit me. Shinqing was unprepared. The Lin Pingping she knew wouldn't resist or talk back. Shinqing fell over. Lin Pingping, how dare you do this to my mother? Hongbin rushed over, grabbing Lin Pingping by the hair, his face twisted with rage. Good, very good. There was a mocking smile on Lin Pingping's face. At last, she saw Hongbin's true colors. Lin Pingping, I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize to my mother immediately. Or else, this isn't over. You really think I won't dare to divorce you? In Hong Bin's eyes, Lin Pingping's demand for a divorce was nothing more than a threat to scare him. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't stoop to her level. But Pingping had dared to retaliate against Shenqing. That was unacceptable. Did she have no sense of her responsibility as a daughter-in-law? Daring to retaliate. Apologize? Why should I apologize to that old hag? Not only will I not apologize, I wish that she would die soon and be reborn. Lin Pingping gritted out. Shenqing shrieked with rage, she's out of line. Out of line. Bin, hurry, kill this bitch. Hong Bin was beyond angry. He felt his masculinity was being trampled, grabbed Lin Pingping's hair tightly, and started bashing her head against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Lin Pingping's head was bleeding profusely. Despite this, Shenqing was still not satisfied. She grabbed a rolling pin from the kitchen and joined Hong Bin, as they both started punching and kicking Lin Pingping. Hong Yuanyang just stood by and watched. The noise woke up Hong Meiyue. She rolled up her sleeves and joined in the assault. Hit her, kill this damn woman. She dares to fight over our house. Disgusting. Shameless. No one in the family showed any mercy. Pain was spread across her whole body. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a few uniformed police officers walked in. Like a stream of light piercing through darkness. At that moment, Lin Pingping saw hope. She shook off the punches and kicks, trying to crawl towards the police, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. Police officer. Please help me. After saying that, she fainted. Comrade, are you all right? Two female officers rushed over to help Lin Pingping. The entire Hong family was stunned. They had not anticipated that the police would suddenly show up, especially at this moment. Shenqing was the first one to react. She laughed and said, "It's a misunderstanding." "Officer, it's just a misunderstanding. We're family, just having some fun." "Nobody move," a stern voice came. "We received an anonymous tip that the four of you are trying to murder someone. You're all coming with us." Divorce, then by the shop. _4. Attempting murder. Such a grave accusation, it's too heavy for anyone to bear. Hong Meiyue burst into tears instantly. "No. I didn't. Mom. I don't want to go to jail." Shenqing was crying and making a scene, publicly throwing a tantrum. "Injustice. Oh heavens, it's really unfair. Does our own family fooling around constitute a crime? The people's police aren't fooled by Shenqing's ploy. After all, when they arrived, their family of four was causing harm to someone's life. Fooling around? And during this fooling around, blood was shed? 4 family members were forcibly taken away. Lin Pingping was sent to the hospital. The hospital examination results showed severe concussion, extensive soft tissue contusions all over her body, a fractured tibia, and deemed a critical first-degree injury. The 4 members of the Hong family suspected of murder were detained in the police station for investigation. When Madame Mo arrived at the hospital that night, she burst into tears, crying out that she was sorry for Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping lay on the hospital bed, wiping away tear stains from Madame Mo's face. "Auntie, I'm fine. Don't cry. It's not your fault, it's mine for not standing up for myself." If she had taken Madame Mo's words to heart back then, she wouldn't be in this situation today. Mo Chishan frowns deeply, and lands a punch on the window. "Where is that beast? Where is he now?" The iron window frame ended up with a small dent from his punch. Lin Pingping smiles. "Chishan, don't be angry. Hong Bin and his family have been arrested. I believe that the people's police will vindicate me." "Older sister, why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Mo Chishan turns his eyes towards Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping sighs softly, refraining from a response. Madame Mo gently pats Lin Pingping's hand. "Good girl, it's all in the past. Lin Pingping has filed a divorce lawsuit with the People's Court, producing evidence of Hong Bin's infidelity. 3 days later. News from the police station indicates that Hong Bin is sentenced to life imprisonment for attempted murder and rogue offenses. Shen Qing and Hong Meiyue, as accomplices, are sentenced to 5 years. Although Hong Yuanyang was not involved, he neither prevented it nor called the police, so he was also sentenced to a year. The court quickly passed the judgment, approving the divorce requested by Lin Pingping. All properties under both their names now belong solely to Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping lies in her hospital bed looking out at the sun, her mouth curling into a slight smile. Just like the sunshine outside, her life also gets a fresh start. Her sacrifice was certainly not in vain. Throughout her hospital stay, Lin Pingping persistently applies acne cream. Whether it's an illusion or not, she always feels that her acne has reduced quite a bit. Her complexion also isn't as red as before. Lin Pingping looks at her face in the mirror and is momentarily dumbstruck. Pingping, it's time for dinner. Madame Mo's voice can be heard from outside the door. Even though they have a maid at home, Madame Mo insists on personally caring for Lin Pingping every day. Lin Pingping hastily puts down the acne cream, uses her crutch to get up, and heads out. Auntie. Be careful, cousin. Mo Hudy runs over to support Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping smiles. Cousin, I'm fine. Madame Mo hands a bowl of chicken soup to Lin Pingping. Pingping, drink your soup first. Seeing Lin Pingping's complexion, Madame Mo looks surprised. Pingping, have you been using some medication these days? Your complexion is improving each day. Really? Of course, it's true. Madame Mo nods her head. After finishing the chicken soup, Lin Pingping continues, Auntie, actually there's something else I haven't told you yet. Half a month ago, I attempted to drown myself in the lake. What? Madame Mo stands up in surprise. Lin Pingping holds Madame Mo's hand and speaks softly, Auntie, don't worry, listen to me first. Lin Pingping recounts everything to Madame Mo. Madame Mo listens with trembling heart. She never expected that Lin Pingping would actually attempt to jump into a river. Luckily, a benefactor appeared. If it weren't for this benefactor, Lin Pingping would now be. As she listened, Madame Mo sensed something was not right. She grabbed Lin Pingping's hand. Pingping, what was the name of the girl who saved you? Her name is Ni Yang. Yang? Madame Mo looks surprised. Auntie, do you know her too? Lin Pingping is also surprised. Divorce, then by the shop. 5 Mo Hudy excitedly said, Cousin, Sister Ni Yang is the one who cured me. Is it really the same person? Lin Pingping continued, the Ni Yang I know, she even opened a noodle restaurant in the city. Mrs. Mo was thrilled, it is her. It knows doubt about it. It's Yang. She even prepares breakfast for me every morning. I didn't expect Yang to be so kind-hearted. She is indeed the little lucky star of our family. We must find the time to thank her properly. Lin Pingping was still a little incredulous. Mrs. Mo laughed, I ask you, isn't Yang really beautiful, and doesn't she have 2 dimples when she smiles? Not everyone could earn Mrs. Mo's praise for being beautiful. Moreover, dimples are rare. You might meet one in 10,000 people. Lin Pingping nodded, excitedly said, yes. Aunt, we are really talking about the same person. At the moment, the niece and nephew praised Ni Yang from head to toe without hesitation. In the noodle restaurant, Ni Yang, who was busy wiping the table, inexplicably felt her ears burning. She touched her ear, it was a little hot. Wang Jinfang teased her, Yang, if your ears are hot, someone must be thinking of you. Ni Yang laughed and said, Aunt Jinfang, all you know is joking with me. Why don't you say someone is scolding me? Wang Jinfang said, Yang, whoever dares to scold you, your Aunt Jinfang will be the first to not let them go. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a tall and straight figure came in from outside. Wang Jinfeng gave Zhou Qingshang a wink, and the two tacitly turned and went into the back kitchen. Brother Mo. Seeing the figure, Ni Yang walked over with a smile. Yang. Mo Qishan was almost blinded by the two shallow dimples. His wife seemed to be more and more beautiful. It's all right for her to look good. Why are even her dimples so charming? Mo Qishan followed Ni Yang in, looking at Ni Yang's back. He cooled off a bit. Brother Mo, sit. Ni Yang pulled out a chair. Thank you. Mo Qishan bent over to sit down, took out several cups from his bag. Yang, these are the disposable paper cups you asked for last time, a few samples brought by my friend. Check if this is what you need. 4 paper cups in total. All were made according to Ni Yang's design, but the material and thickness were different. Ni Yang picked up 4 cups for comparison, then pointed to one of them and asked, how much is this one, Brother Mo? This question. Mo Qishan really hadn't thought about it. 3 for a penny. Mo Qishan hesitated a moment, then replied. After all, they are just disposable items. It would be unreasonable if they were too expensive. This price should be pretty fair, right? Is it so cheap? Ni Yang was a little surprised. Although disposable paper cups are indeed not expensive and have a low cost, the current technology in the country is still immature. Not many people can produce this type of paper cup. The price should be a bit more expensive. After all, rarity makes a thing precious. Ni Yang speculated that one had to import equipment to make them. Mo Qishan laughed. Is it still cheap? I was intending on bargaining with you. Don't think the paper cup is hard to make in other factories. But at my friend's, there is hardly any difficulty at all. As the saying goes, no cheater, no merchant. Are you worried that he will lose money? That seems to make sense. Ni Yang went on to say, then Brother Mo, could you help me order 10,000 of them? Mo Qishan nodded. Okay, remember, if I'm not around in the future, you can call this number to have them deliver. He handed Ni Yang a piece of paper with a phone number. Then I'll pay you first. Ni Yang took out 4 large notes and handed them to Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan laughed and said, well, take care of that when they arrive. There's no need to rush. By the way, Yang, when do you plan to want them? Ni Yang replied, no rush for time, just whenever they're finished. Mo Qishan nodded, okay. After discussing the important matters, Ni Yang continued, you sit and rest for a while, Brother Mo, I'll bring you something to eat. Okay. More food. Mo Qishan couldn't help but touch his chin. Could it be that his wife really regarded him as a little girl? Before long, Ni Yang brought out a tray with milk tea and other snacks. Divorce, then by the shop. _6. The two sat at the table, chatting while they ate. Oh, Yang, I forgot to tell you that I bought a house. Is it in Beijing? Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Mo Qishan nodded. I plan to keep it as a dowry. Ni Yang continued, Brother Mo, if you really want to keep it as a dowry, I suggest that you should buy a house near Donghuqing River. Donghuqing River is located on the Second Ring Road in the future. In her future memories, houses within the Second Ring Road in Beijing sold for more than tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. Ordinary people couldn't afford such a house in their lifetime. But at this time, no one wanted houses within the Second Ring Road. The price per unit was only 100 yuan per square meter. It was 4 or 5 times cheaper than a commercial property. Ni Yang also planned to buy several houses along the Second Ring Road once her business started to stabilize. Mo Qishan laughed, it looks like I need to work harder to make money. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford a wife. Ni Yang lifted her cup of milk tea towards him, let's work hard together. Mo Qishan clinked his cup with hers, cheers to that. After leaving the noodle restaurant, Mo Qishan rode away on his bicycle, disappearing around the corner. When he reappeared, he was sitting in the back seat of a high-end car. Darning, go to the sales office. Wu Darning trembled. Brother Six, you're buying another house. Hadn't he bought enough last time? Mo Chishan took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it slowly. Last time, I bought a house near People's University. This time, I plan to buy a few near Donghuching River. Finished speaking, Mo Chishan added, the current house price near Donghuching River is 100 yuan per square meter. Do you want to buy one too? Wu Darning immediately shook his head. No, I've already sent my money back to my hometown for my parents to build a new house. Mo Chishan nodded. Wu Darning tentatively asked, by the way, is this house purchase also your sister-in-law's idea? Mo Chishan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Wu Darning glanced at Mo Chishan through the rearview mirror. He sighed softly. Why did such a smart man become stupid when he met a young girl? A moment later, Mo Chishan continued, the design for the disposable paper cups has been confirmed by your sister-in-law. You can arrange for it to go into production in the next few days. Just make sure someone keeps a close eye on it. Wu Darning nodded, all right. At around 7 in the evening, Ni Yang started her end-of-day tasks. Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfang were cleaning inside, while Ni Yang was cleaning up the trash outside. As she swept, a few banknotes fell to the ground. Money falling from the sky? Ni Yang looked up and saw a middle-aged woman passing by. She quickly picked up the money and caught up. Auntie, wait a moment. The middle-aged woman stopped. Young lady, what's the matter? Auntie, did you drop this money? The middle-aged woman didn't immediately reach for the money, but felt in her pocket, then said, it's mine. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Ni Yang handed her the money, take care. The middle-aged woman took the money, surprised. Hey, aren't you the young boss from the noodle restaurant next door? Ni Yang gave a slight smile. My name is Ni Yang, do you know me? The middle-aged woman laughed. I run the stationery shop next door. Ni Yang said, so we are neighbors. Would you like to sit for a while at my place? When it comes to doing business, maintaining a good relationship with your neighbors is crucial. The middle-aged woman went on, actually, we're moving out in a few days. As a matter of fact, we're selling our shop. Selling? Ni Yang continued, Auntie, can I take a look? The middle-aged woman nodded, sure, young lady, come with me. Ni Yang followed the middle-aged woman's steps. Auntie, you can just call me Yang. The two arrived at the shop next door, and the middle-aged woman turned on the lights. The shop was not very big, only about 20 square meters. There was a counter at the front, and inside there was a small table and a bed. Through the middle-aged woman's introduction, Ni Yang learned that her name was Wang Xuemei, 45 years old. She and her husband had been running this stationery shop for 7 or 8 years. Because their son was living abroad permanently, the old couple planned to sell the shop and go abroad to take care of their son. Divorce, then buy the shop. 7 Wang Xuemei continued, Yang, if you really want to buy it, Auntie won't haggle with you. My place is small, just 22 square meters. I don't need the things inside. Give me 10,000 yuan for everything. The store that Ni Yang bought was priced at 580 yuan per square meter. 22 square meters should be around 12,760 yuan by the normal price. For Ni Yang, this was equivalent to a pie falling from the sky. Importantly, the two stores were conjoined, which would be convenient for management later on. Ni Yang nodded, okay, Aunt Wang, whenever you are free, let's get the contract signed. Yang, are you really taking it? Wang Xuemei was somewhat surprised. That was quick. She didn't even negotiate the price. Quite a few people had come to see Wang Xuemei's shop, but they all complained that the price was too high. The shop was second-hand and they always offered a lower price, so it hadn't been sold yet. Some people even brought the price down to 5,000 yuan. Ni Yang said with a smile, yes, I'm serious. If you don't trust me, I can pay you a deposit first. Wang Xuemei, excited, grabbed Ni Yang's hand. Yang, You're not joking with Auntie, are you? Auntie, do I look like I'm joking? Wang Xuemei continued, how about we sign the contract at noon tomorrow? Okay, Ni Young nodded, I'm fine, you and Uncle decide whenever it's convenient for you. Wang Xuemei laughed and said, all right, then it's settled. After this was settled, Wang Xuemei laughed and took Ni Young next door. Ni Young said, Auntie, please wait a moment. Wang Xuemei was initially stunned, then she nodded, all right. Ni Young came out quickly, she was holding a glass bottle with brown liquid in it. Auntie, this is milk tea I made. Take it back and let Uncle try it. Wang Xuemei accepted with a smile, Yang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ni Young smiled slightly, no need to be polite. When she got home, Ni Young told Ni Tsuihua about buying the shop. Ni Tsuihua expressed her concerns, Yang, your noodle restaurant just opened, will you be able to handle it? And buying a shop must cost a lot of money, right? Now with just one shop, Ni Young was leaving home around 3 o'clock every morning. If she opened another shop, wouldn't Ni Young be overwhelmed? Ni Young was only 17 this year, and kids her age from ordinary families hadn't worked this hard before. Ni Tsuehua was really worried about her. Ni Young said with a smile, don't worry about the money. As for whether I can handle it, we can hire someone. There are so many people in the village, there has to be someone suitable. Hearing what Ni Young said, Ni Tsuehua was relieved, if we're hiring, I think Gooden's mom and Zaiwa's mom are pretty good. Ni Young nodded, okay, after I pay the money tomorrow, and finalize the deal, I'll go discuss it with Gooden's mom and Zaiwa's mom. Oh, Mom, how's the aloe harvest these days? Ni Tsuehua replied, now it's winter, and the aloe doesn't pup anymore. Everyone went to the mountains to find it. Yesterday, they brought about 20 jin in total. Okay, Mom, remember, no matter how much aloe they bring, we take it all. Don't worry about stockpiling. Ni Tsuehua nodded her head. These days, Ni Tsuehua has learned how to make face wash and aloe gel, so she can pretty much handle all of the skincare product making, and Ni Young doesn't need to worry about it. Ni Young played with little Ni Yun for a while, then went to the kitchen to cook. First, she took out some beef bone that was bought yesterday, and half of an old mother chicken. After washing them and parboiling, she put them in the casserole to make soup. With seasonings like green onions, ginger, and star anise added in, the aroma soon filled the air. Ni Young went to wash some greens, tofu skin, mushrooms, and meatballs. While the soup was simmering, Ni Young prepared 3 appetizers that were good for beauty and skin nourishment. About an hour and a half later, the kitchen was filled with a fragrant aroma. After the soup was done, Ni Young started to blanch the rice noodles. She put the blanched rice noodles in a large bowl, layered cooked greens, tofu skin, meatballs and so on, then sprinkled some green onions, chopped garlic and cilantro, and finally poured in the well-cooked soup. If you like spicy food, you can add a spoonful of chili pepper. A comforting bowl of rice noodles was ready. The rice noodles were chewy and full of taste. When you bite into it, the delicious flavor of the beef bone soup and the chicken soup infused in the rice noodles is irresistible. When Ni Young eats rice noodles, she likes to roll them up with chopsticks. It's quite satisfying to bite into a mouthful, and the taste of the rich and flavorful soup after finishing the noodles is unspeakably delicious. Ni Young squinted her eyes in satisfaction, showing a slight dimple on her cheek. Besides the busy times every day, this was probably her happiest time. Ni Chingue ate a large bowl and then scooped up half a bowl more. Yang, these rice noodles taste really good. He absolutely loved it. Ni Tsuehua also had 2 bowls of it. With Ni Yang's beauty recipes, they were not afraid of gaining weight. After dinner, Ni Chingue did the dishes. Ni Tsuehua put Ni Yun to bed, and Ni Young was sent to rest. With nothing to do, Ni Young went back to her room and counted the money she had earned these days. She was originally planning to deposit this money in the bank tomorrow, but an unexpected opportunity fell into her lap. Ni Yang counted and found out that her savings now totaled 15,896 yuan. She had more than 4,000 yuan when the noodle restaurant opened, and the remaining 800 yuan was earned from selling skincare products these days. In other words, the turnover of the noodle restaurant has reached 10,000 yuan in just 8 days. But after paying for the shop tomorrow, her savings will be back to square one. It's okay. Once the milk tea shop opens, her turnover is likely to double. When the money keeps rolling in, her business can grow bigger and bigger. Ni Yang sorted out 10,000 yuan and put it in her wallet. The next morning, Ni Yang went out early. At lunch break, Ni Yang went to the neighboring shop with the money. Wang Zuimai's husband, Zhao Sheng, like Wang Xuemei, is also an honest man. Seeing Ni Yang coming, he quickly began to make tea and take out sunflower seeds for her. Ni Yang laughed and said, "Uncle, you don't have to fuss." Wang Xuemei said, "Let him, just let him. We'll chat while drinking tea in a moment. By the way, Yang, the milk tea you gave us last night was really tasty. Much better than the big pear soda sold outside." Became the favorite in the village, found out about Li Xiangxian's background _1 forget about pear soda. Even Waha and Jian Libo drinks don't taste as good as the milk tea made by Ni Yang. No wonder Ni Yang's noodle restaurant has such a long queue every day. It turns out the food and beverages are that delicious. If it were her, she would be willing to queue every day. Zhao Xing came over, handed the brewed tea to Ni Yang. Yang, have some tea. Thank you, uncle. Ni Yang stood up, took the teacup with both hands and thanked him. Zhao Xing discreetly took a good look at this young lady, full of admiration. Despite her young age, her manners, conduct, and courtesy all surpassed any adult standards. How many other children would know to receive a teacup with both hands? And to stand up to give thanks? Although it's just a simple action, it embodies the 5,000-year-old history of tea etiquette in China. This little girl is destined for big things in the future. Ni Yang took a sip from her teacup, then put it down on the table. Wang Xuanyi added, Yang, although my shop is small in size, it's really well located, and warm in winter, cool in summer. It's not only good for business, but also for living. If it weren't for us going abroad, your uncle and I would hate to sell it. Ni Yang continued, actually, you could consider renting out the shop. By the time you and uncle decide to come back, you could reclaim it. Even though she really wanted to buy the shop, she wasn't going to force anyone. Trades like these require satisfaction from both parties. Wang Xuemei smiled, this trip abroad might be permanent for us. Our son has strictly instructed us to settle everything domestically before leaving. Ni Yang nodded. Wang Xuemei then brought out the contract. Yang, we have prepared the contract. If there are no issues, we can sign it. The contract was produced in duplicate. Ni Yang took one, skimmed it carefully. After confirming there were no issues, she signed her name. Her autograph was bold and free, clean and forceful. It didn't look like a young teenage girl's handwriting at all. Zhao Xing's 25-year-old son was an international student in M country. Even he couldn't write such good handwriting. Zhao Xing kept his copy of the contract and said, Yang, if you're tight on money, you can first pay us 5,000 yuan. The remainder can be transferred to us via bank after we leave the country. Wang Xuemei nodded, yes, Yang, don't worry about the money, your uncle and I are in no great rush for it. The couple knew that Ni Yang was just a little girl who was struggling on her own. They would never be this lenient with anyone else. Since Ni Yang didn't look like someone who would default on payments, they trusted her. Ni Yang smiled, thank you uncle, thank you auntie. However, I do have just enough money right now. I would prefer to pay everything up front to avoid any future hassles. On hearing this, the couple was taken aback. This was not a small amount, they had scrimped and saved for many years to put aside a little over 100,000 yuan. Ni Young had only been running her business for a few days and she had already made this much money. Moreover, this little lady was dressed simply. One would have never guessed she had 10,000 yuan on her. Ni Young took out the money from her bag and handed it to Wang Xuemei. "Auntie, please count." The couple was momentarily stunned before they took the money from Ni Young. A stack of 10,000 yuan, neatly wrapped in a handkerchief. The handkerchief had a faint fragrance. From this detail alone, one can tell that the owner of the handkerchief is meticulous. After counting the money and confirming that there were no issues, they handed Ni Young the keys to the house. "Yang, from now on, this house is yours. If you can sell any of the stationery in the house, sell them. Throw away the things that you can't sell. We will accompany you to do the transfer of ownership tomorrow, as we will be leaving the day after." Ni Young took the keys. "Uncle and Auntie, I wish you a smooth journey." Wang Xuemei smiled, "And we wish you prosperous business and a bright future." Ni Young gratefully accepted their good wishes with a smile. Became the favorite in the village, found out about Li Xiangxian's background _2. The following day, Zhao Sheng and his wife, Wang Xuemei, accompanied Ni Young to the local housing bureau to handle the property transfer formalities on time. The property transfer process went very smoothly. After returning from the housing bureau, Ni Young stood in front of the shop, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. The warm winter sun seeped through the leaves, evenly illuminating her and casting a golden glow on her. Tranquil, ethereal. Under her presence, all the pedestrians and vehicle on the street became mere backdrop. "Slow down," said a man in the back seat of the car, suddenly. "Oh, okay." Li Gongqing carefully slowed down. "This is where Ni Young opened her noodle restaurant." The man spoke again. Li Gongqing replied, "Yes, second master, Xiaoni currently runs a noodle shop here." "Park the car," the man continued. Li Gongqing immediately pulled over to park. As soon as the car stopped, the man got out of the car. "They'll step out for a moment, you wait in the car." Li Gongqing looked at the man through the rearview mirror and respectfully said, "Okay, second master." The man was none other than Song Beiqing. Ever since his extravagant invitation was rejected by Ni Young, Song Beiqing had been quite interested in this young girl. He even once suspected that Ni Young was employing a clever tactic of retreat for advancement. But after a long wait, he did not see any further moves from Ni Young. Song Beiqing considered himself insightful towards people, but he could not see through Ni Young. This young girl, deep and unpredictable. Song Beiqing casually adjusted his tie, his eyes hidden behind his glasses. The golden rim of his glasses reflected a sharp light in the sun, seemingly oblivious to the closed sign hanging on the door. Without a second thought, he pushed open the glass door and entered. Ni Young was checking accounts at the counter. Hearing the noise, she raised her eyes slightly and said, "Sorry, we are closed now. If you want to eat noodles, please come back at 2:30 in the afternoon." "Wait, why does this man look familiar?" Ni Young quietly furrowed her brows. Song Beiqing quirked the corner of his lips. "Miss Ni seems to have a forgetful memory. Even I am forgotten." Meanwhile, there was a hint of disappointment in Song Beiqing's heart. Any woman who saw him would do everything possible to please him or be preoccupied with him. Ni Young, on the contrary, put him behind her mind directly. It was only then that Ni Young reacted and smiled. "Mr. Song." "Oh. So she still remembers him." Song Beiqing carried on as usual. "Do you need anything from me?" Ni Young continued to ask. Ni Young had no good impression of Song Beiqing. This man was simply the embodiment of a capitalist, thinking he could do whatever he wanted because he was rich, overbearing and autocratic. Song Beiqing casually found a spot and sat down. "I don't need anything from Miss Ni, I'm here to eat noodles." He was curious to see how good these noodles were, praised so much by Granny Mo. Ni Young pointed to the sign hanging outside the door and asked with a smile, "Mr. Song, can't you read?" The sign clearly stated closed. Song Beiching smiled lightheartedly. Miss Ni is correct, I really don't know how to read. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Well, Mr. Song, you can at least understand human speech, right? Song Beiching nodded. Miss Ni is indeed intelligent and bright. No wonder my grandmother likes you so much. I really don't understand human speech. Ni Yang nearly choked on her own saliva. She'd met shameless people before, but she'd never met anyone as shameless as Song Beiching. Such profound skills. She decided to consider him as someone who needed special care. Wait here. Ni Yang glanced at Song Beiching once more before walking towards the kitchen. Wait a moment, Song Beiching spoke again. Ni Yang stopped in her tracks. Song Beiching continued, Miss Ni, you're not being professional. You didn't even ask the customer for dietary restrictions. Ni Yang gave a slight smile and said word by word, may first ask if you have any dietary restrictions? Song Beiching replied, I don't eat onions, ginger, or garlic. I'd like a lot of cilantro, and a cup of milk tea. It sounded like he was really here for a meal. Ni Yang nodded, all right, please wait for a moment. A moment later, Ni Yang brought a bowl of delicious pickled vegetable noodles and a cup of creamy and delightful milk tea. The sour, spicy, and savory smell of sour fish hooked onto Song Beiching's appetite instantly. He'd had the finest banquet dishes and dined at overseas Michelin restaurants, but he couldn't help himself from thinking at this moment that neither the distinguished banquet dishes nor the Michelin restaurants could stack up against the aroma of the bowl of noodles in front of him. Became the favorite in the village, found out about Li Xiangxian's background initially, he only wanted to tease Ni Yang, but now, he was impatient to have a taste of the noodles. Song Beiching picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few strands of noodles and put them in his mouth. The taste that met his tongue made him close his eyes contentedly. It was tangy and crispy, addictively delicious. At this point, he started to understand why Granny Mo enjoyed these noodles so much. Because the taste was just too amazing. Before he knew it, Song Beiching had finished a large bowl of noodles, even forgetting his own neat freak tendencies. Satisfying his craving for the noodles wasn't enough, Song Beiching drank all of the noodle soup as well. At this moment, Song Beiching was utterly conquered by the delightful food. Where was the decorum of Mr. Song? After finishing the noodle soup, Song Beiching realized that he hadn't touched the milk tea next to him, so he picked up the cup and took a sip. The taste of the milk tea did not disappoint him either. Men usually didn't take a liking to sweet things, but this milk tea was different. It had the refreshing bitterness of tea and the richness of milk, combined together. It was simply a pleasant surprise to the taste buds. Miss Ni, Song Beiching looked up at Ni Yang. Are you really not considering my previous invitation? This time, Song Beiching was genuinely sincere. He really was smitten by Ni Yang's culinary skills. Ni Yang smiled lightly. Does Boss Song have amnesia? Song Beiching continued, I'll give you $1 million salary. As he said this, he held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Really throwing his money around. The girl looked so beautiful, and her cooking was excellent. Bringing her back for 2 million wouldn't be a loss for him. Ni Yang was silent, continuing to play with the abacus under her fingertips. 2.5 million? 3 million? 3,100,000? All that answered Song Beiching was the click-clack of the abacus beads. Song Beiching slightly raised an eyebrow. Could it be that she was calculating how much money she could make in 2 years, 3 years? He knew it, no one could resist the allure of money. Even Ni Yang, who professed to be self-reliant, couldn't refuse this astronomical sum. No need to calculate, Song Beiching continued. 1 year is 3.01 million, 2 years is 6.02 million, 3 years is 9.03 million, 10 years is 31 million. But Ni Yang acted as if she hadn't heard Song Beiching's words, continuing to play with her abacus. Why wasn't she speaking? Song Beiching frowned. Could she have been scared dumb by these large figures? Indeed, Her bowl of noodles only sells for 3 cents a pop. She'd have to sell 100 million bowls of noodles to earn back 31 million. 100 million bowls of noodles, enough for her to sell for a lifetime. Song Beiching chuckled. Miss Ni, why aren't you speaking? Don't worry, Song, don't have many good qualities, but one never go back on my word. Since I promised a salary of 301 million, I will definitely keep it. If you, just then, Ni Young slightly lifted her head, interrupting Song Beiching's unfinished words. Mr. Song, one know you're filthy rich, and could easily rival a country's wealth. If you're really worried about having too much cash on your hands, there are still many impoverished areas in China waiting for your kind donations, so could you stop toying with me? This person really has issues. Song Beiching thought she seriously believed he was just making fun of her, and quickly clarified, Miss Ni, I'm serious, I'm not making fun of you. Is 3 million that much? When had he ever spent less than 3 million on a woman? Ni Young laughed. If our paths do not cross, we do not become conspirators. Mr. Song, if you've finished your food, could you leave quickly? One planned to take a noon break. She refused again. Ni Young actually refused him again. But this time, Song Beiching wasn't planning to back down. He didn't believe that Ni Young would really give up the 3 million. Song Beiching stood up, faced Ni Young, and spoke slowly. Miss Ni, I only give one chance. I hope you don't regret it. When his sentence ended, Song Beiching turned and walked away. The clear lens of his glasses concealed well all the emotions in his eyes. Simultaneously, Song Beiching was silently counting to 3 in his heart. He believed that by the time he counted to 3, she would definitely call out to stop him. Because he really knew women too well. Just as he thought, when he finished counting 2, Ni Young caught up with his steps. Wait. A small smile tugged at Song Beiching's lips. He pushed his glasses up and turned to look at Ni Young. He was about to chide her, but Ni Young stretched out her hand and spoke before him. Boss Song, if you can afford a salary of 301 million, surely you wouldn't mind paying the 60 cents for the noodles? Chapter 218, became the favorite in the village. Found out about Li Xiangxian's background _4. What? Ni Young came to ask him for the bill? This development seems off, doesn't it? Could it be that Ni Young didn't regret it and came to catch up with him? Song Beiching was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Ni Young looked at Song Beiching and continued, You're not planning on dining and dashing, are you, Mr. Song? A shallow dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her bright peach blossom eyes, mischievous like a cat's, caused Song Beiching to become transfixed. Mr. Song? Ni Young spoke again. Song Beiching finally snapped out of it and took out a large unity note from his pocket. No need for change. Ni Young fished out some spare change from her pocket and forced it into Song Beiching's hand. Don't worry, Mr. Song, we are not some kind of black shop. Song Beiching looked at Ni Young. Ni Young, you really don't regret it? Ni Young made a pleased gesture. Mr. Song, take care. Song Beiching took a step forward. Ni Young, I will never give you a second chance, are you sure? Ni Young firmly shut the door. Through the glass door, Song Beiching saw her immediately turn around and go into the kitchen. She didn't even look back at him. Song Beiching narrowed his eyes, and through the lens of his glasses, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Is it that there really are people in this world who don't love money, or was his offer not enough? 3 million, it really wasn't a small amount. This girl had shattered the image of other girls had known before. Song Beiching held the money in his hand, maintaining his usual expression while returning to his car. Xiaoli, let's go. Without saying anything more, Li Gongqing naturally didn't dare to ask any questions. The car quickly departed from the avenue lined with Chinese parasol trees. Ni Young went into the kitchen and told Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfang about purchasing the adjacent shop. Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jinfang, the previous owner left some old furniture and daily necessities behind in the neighboring shop. Go have a look and see if there's anything you can use. If there is, feel free to take it with you when you head home later. Wang Jinfeng wiped her hands on her apron, looking a bit embarrassed. Yang Yang, don't you want them? Zhou Qingsheng also said, yes Yang Yang, keep them for yourself. Yang laughed and said, we bought new pots, bowls, and dishes when we moved, so it would be a waste to bring more back. Come on, I'll take you there. At this time, life in the countryside was not easy. Even scraps of old cloth could be put to use, not to mention pots, bowls, and dishes. Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingsheng happily took several daily necessities they could use. This family must have been so rich. They left behind so many good things. Yeah, I see many items are still brand new. People in the city are rich. While taking stuff, the two marveled. Yang saw that besides daily necessities, pots and pans, there were also a lot of unopened stationery and school bags. She found 2 snake skin bags to pack all the school bags and stationery. After she finished cleaning the room, it was time to open for business. Yang began to get busy again. When she came home that night, she showed Tsuehua the stationery and school bags she had brought back. Tsuehua said, Yang Yang, let me pick a nice little school bag for Yunyun. Then, give the rest to the other children in the village. It's a waste to keep them at home. Yang smiled and said, Mom, you're thinking what I'm thinking. Yang called Gooden over, who then called other kids to come. In no time, NI's small courtyard was bustling with children. At that time, the school bags that the children used were made by their grandparents or mothers. They were simple designs, made by splicing scraps of cloth into a bag and attaching a strap. As long as they could carry it on their shoulders, it was enough. Having a backpack like the ones in their textbooks was a dream many children yearned for. Wow, this school bag is beautiful, just like the ones I saw in the city. Thank you, Sister Yang. Sister Yang, you're so kind. Tu Yang laughed. In addition to the school bags, Sister Yang also wants to give each of you a pencil box, 3 pencils, and an eraser. But, she paused here, you have to promise Sister Yang one thing. Sister Yang, tell us. Chapter 219 became the favorite in the village. Found out about Li Xiangxian's background. Yang continued, you must promise Sister Yang, study hard, strive for progress every day, and become a useful person in the future. Gooden scratched his head in puzzlement. Sister Yang, why do we need to study hard? If we don't study hard, does it mean we won't be a useful person in the future? With a slight smile, Yang squatted down and looked into Gooden's eyes. Studying hard will grant you the power to choose your future, to choose meaningful and liberating work, rather than being forced to survive. When you feel your job is meaningful, you will feel accomplished. When your job leaves you time to live your life, you will have dignity. Accomplishment and dignity bring you happiness. A meaningful job makes you a useful person. Rather puzzled, Gooden nodded, all right, I'll take Sister Yang's advice, and I will study hard and strive for progress every day. Although Gooden didn't entirely understand her words, he knew that following Sister Yang's advice couldn't go wrong. Yang reached out and touched Gooden's little head. The other children seriously responded, don't worry, Sister Yang, we will all study hard, and become useful people in the future. We'll earn a lot of money to buy a lot of delicious food and fun things for Sister Yang. In this era, many scrumptious and fun things are unattainable dreams for these children. Even though they don't currently have the ability, they can't wait to dedicate the best things to Yang. After distributing the backpacks and stationery to the children, Yang went to Zhou Qingsheng's house to discuss the decoration of the new store with Wang Tiniu. Yang said, Uncle Tiniu, let's hire the same guys as last time. The wages and construction period remain the same. Yang took out the money and placed it on the table. Wang Tiniu stood up and said, according to your aunt, this shop is half the size of the last one. It doesn't require that many days or that many people. Yang laughed and said, let's just stick to this arrangement. The new year is coming, and I hope that we all can earn a little extra to have a good time. There isn't much farming work in winter. Everyone, apart from those still hunting for aloe vera on the mountain, is idle at home. However, with the aloe vera supply nearly exhausted, this money from Young is like timely rainfall relieving many people's pressing needs. This money would undoubtedly make everyone's new year more prosperous. With this, they would have prestige when visiting friends and relatives. Wang Tinia held Yang's hand, emotionally saying, Yang, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you. Yang smiled lightly, Uncle Tiniu, you're earning the money in exchange for your labor, there is no need to thank me. After sorting out these matters, Yang left the Wang family. Wang Tiniu, on the other hand, went around spreading the good news. In the village, each house is adjacent to the other. At this moment, everyone was coming out, standing at their door discussing something quietly. Yang is such a good girl, she has helped us so much, they've been living in our village for such a long time now, shouldn't we also try and help them? Exactly, Lu Laolu, you seldom speak wisely, but you certainly did this time. So how can we help them? Let's help them apply for a residential plot, let them become bona fide residents of our village. I think that's reasonable too. How about we all head to the village council tomorrow? There's strength in numbers. We can definitely secure a residential plot for Yang's family. Lu Laolu, you should take the lead. Okay, Lu Laolu patted his chest. Tomorrow noon at 12:00, will go door to door. None of you can back out. Anyone who does is a coward. With the way you're talking, how could we possibly back out of this? Everyone discussed and swiftly settled the matter. At this moment, Yang was cooking at home, oblivious of the villagers' actions. The next day during lunchtime, Yang found time to visit the detective agency. Upon seeing Yang arrive, Xiaozhou greeted her immediately, Miss Ni. Yang nodded in acknowledgement, dispensing with the small talk. She went straight to the point. How's the investigation coming along? Xiaozhou beamed, Miss Ni, rest assured, the detectives in our agency are as good as their reputation. Chapter 220 became the favorite in the village. Found out about Li Xiangxian's background _6. Yang handed over the prepared 500 yuan. This is the final payment. Xiaozhou took the money and pointed to a chair. Miss Ni, please sit down. Let me explain everything to you slowly. Yang leaned forward to sit down. Xiaozhou poured a cup of tea for Yang. Thank you. Yang picked up the cup and took a gentle sip. Xiaozhou looked at Yang, sighing inwardly. A beauty is a beauty, even her tea-drinking gesture is beautiful. Xiaozhou was momentarily distracted before transitioning into the main topic. The Li Shu you asked me to investigate last time is a rustic from Haiqing City. At 18 she was pregnant before getting married to a local thug named Sun Shiwu. At 19, she gave birth to a daughter named Sun Dalian. But Sun Shiwu is addicted to gambling, so Li Shu's married life was unhappy. 3 years ago, Li Shu suddenly ran away with her 17-year-old daughter Sun Dalian. According to our investigation, she is now married to a man from Dam Village, with the surname of Mu. She just had a son not long ago. But her daughter Sun Dalian seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Upon hearing this, Yang slightly narrowed her eyes. So, Li Shu really had a daughter. How much truth had she missed in her previous life? What about Li Xianxian? Yang continued to ask. Xiaozhou continued, Li Xianxian is 20 years old this year and is currently studying at Beijing Institute of Technology. According to her school registration records, she is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Oh, by the way. A year ago, while she was in school, she displayed her bravery by helping the old lady Mo who had been robbed, even saving her life. So, Miss Ni, I advise you not to set your sights on Li Xianxian. The Mo family isn't someone we can afford to offend. Yang maintained her composure, asking, do you have Sun Shiwa's specific address? Yes. Xiaozhou nodded and handed Ni Yang a document bag. In here is Sun Shiwa's family situation as well as his detailed address. Thank you. Ni Yang reached out and took it. Xiaozhou smiled and said, You're welcome, it's our duty. Ni Yang's gaze swept over Xiaoza's features, then she said, Mr. Zhou, have you been losing your appetite and suffering from insomnia recently? Yes. Xiaozhou immediately nodded. Miss Ni, how did you know? Ni Yang gave a faint smile. I happen to know a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiaozhou asked, then Miss Ni, is there any hope for my situation? He had been suffering from insomnia for a long time, causing him to be lifeless for any work. He had visited the hospital several times and was given many sleeping pills by Western doctors. Initially, a few sleeping pills worked, but gradually, even sleeping pills didn't work. Ni Yang said with a smile, it's not that serious. In your case, you just need to buy some sour jujube kernels from the pharmacy, use 15 to 30 grams each time, crush it and boil with water until it becomes a paste. Drink it before bed every night. Xiaozhou exclaimed in surprise, is it that simple? Does this really work? Ni Yang nodded, it's that simple. Ni Yang isn't a talkative person, and she wouldn't have given advice for such a small problem. However, Xiaozhou is a detective, and he knows many things ordinary people don't. Building a good relationship with a detective isn't easy, and this was a perfect opportunity. An opportunity to win people's hearts. The wider her social circle gets, the more people she can approach when she encounters difficulties in the future. Of course, whether to believe it or not is up to Xiaozhou. As soon as she finished speaking, Ni Yang took her stuff and left. Watching her leaving figure, Xiaozhou scratched his head in confusion. In the evening, when he passed by a traditional Chinese medicine store on his way home, he couldn't help but recall Ni Yang's words. Anyway, buying some sour jujube kernels was not that tough. Let's buy some then. What if it really works? When Xiaozhou came out of the traditional Chinese medicine store again, he had an extra bag of sour jujube kernels in his hand. That night, Ni Yang lay in her bed, thinking about the matters regarding Li Shu, Sun Dalian, and Li Xianxian. She now has a bold hypothesis. If Sun Dalian is Li Xianxian and Li Xianxian is Sun Dalian, then the mother-daughter relationship between Li Xianxian and Li Shu would hold true. The reason why she was tricked by the Mu family into marrying an eunuch was also orchestrated by Li Shu. And in her previous life, the person she saw at the moment of death was Li Xianxian. Could this mean that Li Xianxian, like herself, had also been reborn? Except, Li Xianxian had already been reborn in her previous life. Moreover, the reason for Li Shu's marriage to the Mu family was also because Li Xianxian wanted to keep herself in check. Chapter 221 became the favorite in the village, found out about Li Xianxian's background. 7 After all, this mother-daughter duo were both hoping to see her dead. With that thought, Ni Yang sat up on her bed with a start, like a carp leaping up from water. She grabbed the glass on her nightstand and gulped down a large mouthful of water. What was Li Xianxian's motive to harm her? In her previous life, she had barely any direct contact with Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian, Ni Yang squinted her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in her pupils. Right, wasn't Li Xianxian most concerned about the Mo family? Then she will first dismantle the Mo family's trust in her. A fox, after all, will show its tail one day. Air. A shrill scream tore through the silence of the early morning. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ping ping, what's wrong? The old Mrs. Mo pushed open the door, rushing into Lin Pingping's room with anxiety. Ever since Lin Pingping was discharged from the hospital, she had moved into the Mo family's villa. Auntie, look at my face. Lin Pingping was so excited she was beside herself. Under the light, Lin Pingping's face was glowing, perfectly blending shades of white and pink. There wasn't a single pimple or even a pimple mark in sight. Her skin was soft and smooth like tofu. It's better. It's better. Old Mrs. Mo covered her mouth in astonishment, her voice trembling. Ping Ping, your face is better. Lin Ping Ping jumped up in joy. Auntie, I'm healed. My face is finally healed. The aunt and niece embraced, crying, Ping Ping, your pain has finally turned sweet. Lin Ping Ping's voice choked up, unable to say anything. After a while, she finally said, all thanks to Yang Yang, without her, I would never have today. Had it not been for Ni Yang saving her, for Ni Yang awakening her, for Ni Yang generously giving her the acne cream, Lin Ping Ping could not even imagine where she would be now. Perhaps, she would already be a corpse at the bottom of a lake. Even if she had lucidly survived, she might still be the servant of the Hong family. Ni Yang was like a beacon of light guiding her way in life. Without Ni Yang, she would still be lost in the darkness. Old Mrs. Mo gave a long sigh. Yang Yang is a lucky star for our family. I hope that number 6 can show some spirit, put forth some effort, and marry Yang Yang home early. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping Ping looked surprised. Auntie, are you saying that number 6 likes Yang Yang? Yang Yang is such a beautiful girl, said old Mrs. Mo with a chuckle. Not just number 6, even one like her when I see her. Upon finishing her sentence, old Mrs. Mo looked a little worried, just unsure whether Yang Yang has feelings for number 6. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Mrs. Mo. Mrs. Mo. What is it? Old Mrs. Mo turned her head to look at the maid. Speak slowly if something is wrong. The maid continued, we just received a call from the hospital. Miss Xian Xian has now awoken. Old Mrs. Mo looked excited. Really? Indeed. The maid nodded. Old Mrs. Mo clutched Lin Ping Ping's hand tightly and laughed. Oh my, it's such a blessed day, all the good news came at once. Li Xian Xian has woken up, and Lin Ping Ping was extremely happy too. Great auntie, let's go to the hospital and see Xian Xian. Yes, old Mrs. Mo agreed. Let's bring Baichuan along and go together. Mo Baichuan, who was busy at the base camp, was called home by old Mrs. Mo with a phone call. Upon hearing the news that Li Xian Xian had awakened, he was first taken aback. Then, inexplicably, his mind went to Ni Yang. Li Xian Xian was Ni Yang's love rival, and knowing that Li Xian Xian had woken up would certainly make Ni Yang very angry. So what if Ni Yang didn't save Li Xian Xian? She's not the only doctor in the world. Originally, Mo Baichuan had refused to see Li Xian Xian, but instead, thinking of Ni Yang, he decided to go. Though Li Xian Xian had awoken, she was incredibly frail. Her face was pale as a sheet, even her lips were white. Upon seeing Mo Baichuan, Li Xian Xian felt a surge of joy, her heartbeat quickened. She knew that she must exist in Mo Baichuan's heart. Otherwise, an arrogant man like Mo Baichuan would never bend to visit a woman in the hospital. Xian Xian, you're finally awake. Old Mrs. Mo held Li Xiangxian's hand tightly. You have no idea how worried I've been these past few days. Li Xianxian burst into tears. I'm sorry, Grandma, I've failed you. If it weren't for me, Xiao Dai wouldn't. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Oh, you silly child, this is not your fault. It's our own doing that led to this. Old Mrs. Mo said gently, patting Li Xiangxian's back. Xian Xian, don't worry or blame yourself. Xiao Dai is okay now. What? Li Xian Xian went rigid, thinking she must have misheard. Mo Hudi is alive? Mo Hudi is actually alive. How could Mo Hudi be alive? Li Xian Xian had put on an appearance of utter despair, so nobody noticed her abnormal reaction. Li Xian Xian took a moment to compose herself before she managed to choke out, Grandma, is Xiao Dai really okay? Please, don't try to comfort me by, old Mrs. Mo laughed, silly child, why would I lie to you about such a thing? Not only is Xiao Dai okay, she has been running around energetically, and can even start school next year. What the hell happened? Could she have made a mistake? Li Xian Xian hugged old Mrs. Mo, crying, that's great, Xiao Dai is safe, Xiao Dai is safe, it's alright, it's alright. Wiping her tears, Li Xianxian continued, Grandma, who saved Xiaodai, please tell me, I need to thank them. Old Mrs. Mo laughed, speaking of it, she's really a lucky star for our Mo family. Not only did she save Xiaodai, but she also helped Ping Ping, and even saved me before. From old Mrs. Mo's expression, Li Xianxian could see how much she liked that lucky star. She liked her even more than she liked Li Xianxian. Old Mrs. Mo has never called her a lucky star. What on earth happened while she was in a coma? Chapter 222 Chapter, Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's birthday banquet. For a moment, countless thoughts rushed through Li Xianxian's mind. Just thinking that someone had taken her place during her unconscious state was unbearably upsetting for her. Just then, Lin Pingping entered the room through the door. Xianxian. Aunt Ping. Li Xianxian looked up at Lin Pingping, but was stunned the moment she looked at her. What was going on? How did Lin Pingping's face get better so suddenly? Aunt Ping. Li Xianxian covered her mouth in surprise. Your face is healed. Lin Pingping nodded with a smile. Yes, my face is healed. The old lady Mo chuckled. Pingping's face was also cured by that lucky star. Oh, our Mo family is so fortunate to have met him in this life. Him again? Li Xianxian contained her anger and tightly clutched the bed sheet beneath her. Regret filled her. She regretted not helping Lin Pingping sooner. She clearly had a way to cure acne too. Initially, Li Xianxian wanted Lin Pingping to suffer a bit more because only after Lin Pingping suffered enough would she feel more gratitude towards Li Xianxian when she extended a helping hand. She would be seen as a lifesaver. But Li Xianxian never expected that someone would swoop in and steal the credit that belonged to her while she was unconscious. Who exactly is that lucky star? Li Xianxian's gaze was filled with malevolence as she hung her head low. She absolutely wanted to kill this lucky star to vent her anger. After a moment, Li Xianxian looked up at Lin Pingping and smiled. Congratulations to Aunt Ping then. Lin Pingping smiled back. Thank you. Old Lady Mo turned to Mo Baichuan. Chuan, you go ask Dr. Wang if Xianxian can be discharged now. Mentioning Mo Baichuan, Li Xianxian's eyes softened. She had lost too much. No matter what, she couldn't afford to lose Mo Baichuan anymore. Mo Baichuan nodded and left the room. The ward was too stuffy. Especially seeing Li Xianxian's infatuated face, Mo Baichuan felt more annoyed. He didn't understand why all the girls had the same expression when they saw him. Except for one person who was different. Suddenly, an image of a beautiful face came to Mo Baichuan's mind, making his heart flutter. After Mo Baichuan left, old lady Mo chuckled. Xianxian, I've never seen Chuan care this much about any girl before. You are the first. Li Xianxian playfully pouted. Grandma, don't tease me. Lin Pingping added, I also think that our Baichuan treats Xianxian differently. At her words, Li Xianxian's eyes gleamed with triumph. Mo Baichuan would never spare a glance at other girls outside, but now he was willing to see Dr. Wang personally for her. If this spreads out, she'll be the object of everyone's envy. Soon, the door of the ward was pushed open again. Li Xianxian looked up joyfully. Without surprise she saw Mo Baichuan's stern face. No matter when, Mo Baichuan always looked expressionless. Aloof. Li Xianxian just adored his cold and detached demeanor. Every time Li Xianxian saw Mo Baichuan like this, she lost control of herself. After all, which woman wouldn't love a man with power, wealth, beauty, and prestige? Li Xianxian gazed at him lovingly, her eyes brimming with adoration. Mo Baichuan frowned slightly. The moment his eyes grazed over Li Xianxian, they filled with a hint of disgust. Dr. Wang held Li Xianxian's medical records and said, My lady, Miss Li can be discharged from the hospital now, but she needs time to recover and must not be disturbed. Old Lady Mo nodded. All right. I understand. Chuan, did you hear what the doctor said? Old Lady Mo turned to Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan nodded, one heard. Old Lady Mo continued, since you heard, then you will take Xian Xian home. Remember what Dr. Wang said, she can't work during this period, and you need to help her take a leave from school as well. Mo Baichuan wanted to refuse, but thinking of Ni Yang, he swallowed his words of rejection. Ni Yang doesn't like Li Xianxian, doesn't he? So, he wanted to show an affinity for Li Xianxian. Let Ni Yang be jealous of Li Xianxian, jealousy makes people ugly. Then, Ni Yang will eventually reveal his feelings for him. Chapter 223 Changing Opinions about Ni Yang, Granny Mo's Birthday Banquet _2. Yes, exactly like that. Meanwhile, Li Xianxian expectantly looked at Mo Baichuan. She was wagering whether Mo Baichuan would agree with the old Mrs. Mo. If he did, it meant that he was indeed treating her differently. Sure, Granny. He agreed. Mo Baichuan had agreed to take her home. Li Xiangxian's heart was beating so fast with excitement that she even forgot that there was another little angel in the Mo family. Mr. Mo, thank you, said Li Xianxian, looking at Mo Baichuan with shyness in her eyes. The expression on Mo Baichuan's face was somewhat indifferent. No problem. Old Mrs. Mo teased, Xianxian, you and Xuanxuan have known each other for so long, why are you still calling him Mr. Mo? That's so formal. You should just call him Baichuan. Calling Mo Baichuan by his name? Li Xianxian was overjoyed, but she managed to control her emotions. She looked cautiously at Mo Baichuan. Can I? Sure, Mo Baichuan suppressed his distaste and nodded. He wanted to show Ni Yang how good and special he was to Li Xianxian. Otherwise, he couldn't provoke Ni Yang. Li Xianxian was so thrilled she didn't know what to say. She was probably the first girl in history who could call Mo Baichuan by his name. This felt absolutely glorious. Both older Mrs. Mo and Lin Pingping had smiles in their eyes. Although Mo Baichuan didn't do anything special for Li Xianxian, anyone could tell that he was treating her differently. Normally, would Mo Baichuan allow a young girl to call him by his name? Mo Baichuan had driven here. He saw old Mrs. Mo and Lin Pingping off to the car carrying Li Xianxian. Seeing Li Xianxian get into the co-driver's seat, Mo Baichuan's face immediately darkened. She was too presumptuous. Did she think he was blind to be interested in someone like her? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Mo Baichuan leaned into the car. Granny, Aunt, you go back first. I'll take care of Xianxian. Xianxian? Did she hear it wrong? Mo Baichuan actually called her Xianxian. Li Xiangxian's face took on a rosy hue immediately. Mo Baichuan had kept his emotions hidden deep. Clearly, he was very fond of her. Previously, he always pretended as if he was indifferent. His current transformation had to do with the near-death incident she just went through. Because he can no longer bear the fear of loss. Although Mo Hudi wasn't eliminated, this could still be considered a blessing in disguise. That Mo Baichuan realizes he likes her, indicating that her wrist wasn't cut for nothing. With this thought, Li Xianxian felt much better and a smile appeared on her face. The old Mrs. Mo cheerfully said, "All right, drive slowly on the road." Sure. Mo Baichuan held his patience, waved goodbye to old Mrs. Mo, and then the car slowly disappeared from their sight as he stepped on the gas. Once the car windows were closed, a deathly silence fell inside the car. Mo Baichuan silently stared at the steering wheel, his grim expression could scare anyone to death. Li Xianxian glanced at him from the corner of her eye, wanting to say something but didn't dare to. Although she knew Mo Baichuan liked her, his temperament was rather eccentric. It would be better for her to avoid provoking him as he could easily turn a cold shoulder if slighted. Their relationship was still unstable, it was best to take things slowly, one step at a time. Shortly after, they arrived at their destination. After parking the car, Mo Baichuan had no intention of getting out. What was he planning to do? Stay in the car with her and make a conversation? After realizing this is what could be happening, Li Xiangxian's face quickly turned crimson. Li Xianxian bit her lip, feeling inexplicably nervous as Mo Baichuan did not speak and she was too shy to say anything. A woman should always be reserved. Since Mo Baichuan liked her, he should be the one to initiate conversation. After what seemed like a long time, Mo Baichuan finally spoke. Get out of the car. Although it was only 2 words, they were laced with coldness that startled Li Xianxian and she almost fell off her seat. Get out of the car? She turned her head in surprise to look at Mo Baichuan. Why was this happening? Why would Mo Baichuan ever ask her to get out of the car? Does Mo Baichuan have no other things to say to her? Baichuan? Mo Baichuan's face was expressionless, but his words were icy cold. I told you to get out of the car. Chapter 224 Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's Birthday Banquet _3. Li Xianxian looked at him, a bit aggrieved. Baichuan, did I do anything wrong that made you angry? I can change, can you stop being angry, okay? Mo Baichuan's face was gloomy. Get out of the car, don't make me repeat a 3rd time. Li Xianxian knew Mo Baichuan all too well. She knew that this was a sign that Mo Baichuan was about to lose his temper. If she didn't get out of the car now, Mo Baichuan might even resort to physical force next. She'd better get out first. It was already really nice for her to be able to ride with Mo Baichuan today. After all, who in Beijing has ever sat in Mo Baichuan's passenger seat? Big shots always have a bit of a temper, don't they? Otherwise, how could they be called big shots? As long as she was in Mo Baichuan's heart, it was okay for her to tolerate a bit of his temper. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Xianxian got out of the car. She looked affectionately at Mo Baichuan. Baichuan, I'll go now then. Please drive carefully on the road, slam. Before Li Xianxian could finish her sentence, Mo Baichuan had already closed the car door. With a step on the accelerator, his car vanished from Li Xiangxian's sight. As Li Xianxian watched the direction where the jeep disappeared, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mo Baichuan, to use a trendy term, was deeply introverted but passionate. Although he was obviously very fond of her, he always acted as if he didn't care at all. Didn't he know that tormenting his wife was pleasurable in the short term but chasing her to the crematorium in the end? Just wait and see, one day, she would have Mo Baichuan completely under her thumb. After saying goodbye to the old lady of the Mo family, Lin Pingping went to a salon. When she came out of the salon again, her once beautiful long hair was now short and neat, and the gloomy aura that used to surround her was gone. She looked completely reborn. Lin Pingping went straight to Ni Yang's noodle restaurant. At the time, Ni Yang was making milk tea. Yang Yang. Hearing someone calling her, Ni Yang looked back, almost not recognizing Lin Pingping. Aunt Pingping? It's me. Lin Pingping walked over and hugged Ni Yang. Yang Yang, thank you. You're welcome. Ni Yang hugged back Lin Pingping, then said, Aunt Pingping, please come and sit with me. The two came to the front hall and sat down by the window. Lin Pingping narrated to Ni Yang everything that happened after she returned to the Hong family. Hearing this, Ni Yang was amazed. Who could imagine that Lin Pingping, who looked so tender and weak, could be so brave and decisive? To have Hong been sentenced to life imprisonment was not something the average woman could do. Aunt Pingping, Ni Yang lifted her milk tea cup. Congratulations on getting out of the darkness of your former life. Thank you. Lin Pingping clinked cups with her. Setting down her cup, Lin Pingping then said, by the way, Yang Yang, have one more thing to tell you. Go on. Lin Pingping excitedly said, the Mo Hutie you saved before is my cousin. The old Ms. Mo is my aunt, and Mo Chishan is my cousin. Hearing this, Ni Yang was surprised. Really? Absolutely. It's destiny. Yang Yang, we were meant to meet each other. I believe that in the near future, our relationship will be more than just good friends. Who knows, if Emo-chan wins Ni Yang over, they might even become family. Ni Yang didn't think that much, she just felt that destiny was indeed a wonderful thing. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Lin Pingping grabbed Ni Yang's hand. Yang Yang, recently there have been a lot of people at our hospital wanting to buy your acne cream. Do you sell it? Ni Yang nodded. Yes, I not only sell the acne cream, but also the spot removing cream. Recently, I even developed a skin whitening product. Lin Pingping was excited. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Yes, let me get you some samples. A moment later, Ni Yang brought over a small cardboard box containing face cleanser, aloe vera gel, acne cream, spot removing cream and a recently developed skin whitening and hydrating cream. As Lin Pingping had only used the acne cream before, Ni Yang took the time to introduce the effects of the other products one by one. Lin Pingping was born into a wealthy family and her girlfriends were also no ordinary people, so Ni Yang took special care to introduce the whitening moisturizing cream. Ni Yang had tried it herself, and the effect of this whitening moisturizing cream was excellent. Because the production process was a bit complicated, the price was also higher, 108 yuan per box. It was perfect for affluent people. In a skincare product line, there always needs to be an impressive luxury item to represent the brand. So, she had developed this whitening and moisturizing cream. Chapter 225 Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's Birthday Banquet _4. Take, for instance, the famous skincare brand La Mer, which is a subsidiary of Estée Lauder. Estée Lauder's prices are affordable for the average person, but La Mer could be a little out of their price range. Lin Pingping expressed her surprise. Does this skin whitening moisturizer really whiten skin? There isn't a woman who doesn't fancy fair and rosy skin. No matter whether they're white or yellow-skinned, all women hope their skin can become fairer, better. Ni Yang responded with a smile. You can see the results by trying the sample at home. Lin Pingping continued, all right, they'll get one set of this skincare product and 8 acne creams for my colleagues. Okay. Ni Yang packed a bag full of skincare products for Lin Pingping and added a pile of samples. Yang, how much do all these cost? Lin Pingping asked. Ni Yang answered with a smile, cleanser is 15 yuan, aloe gel and acne cream are 20 yuan each, the skin whitening moisturizer is a little more expensive at 108 yuan. The total comes to 303 yuan, you can pay 300 yuan. Her mental arithmetic was pretty good. It would usually take a minute or two for a regular person to calculate these prices, but Ni Yang gave the answer immediately, without thinking. Lin Pingping was secretly surprised. She pulled out 400 yuan from her pocket and gave them to Ni Yang. Ni Yang gave Lin Pingping change, but Lin Pingping refused, insisting she had already taken too much advantage of Ni Yang. She had previously spent thousands of yuan trying to treat her face, let alone 400 yuan. Yang, I'll leave first, bye. Lin Pingping ran out the door and waved at Ni Yang. Left with no choice, Ni Yang had to abandon the idea of giving change and waved back at Lin Pingping. Once back, Lin Pingping washed her face eagerly with the cleanser and applied the skin whitening moisturizer. As though affected by some psychological factor, just after applying the moisturizer, Lin Pingping felt her skin becoming much brighter. But the actual result would only reveal itself over time. Lin Pingping followed Ni Yang's instructions and patted her face in front of the mirror. Ring ring. A series of urgent alarm tones woke up the person still in a deep sleep. The person groggily turned off the alarm, and was jolted upright when they saw the time on the clock. It was already 12:30. They had actually slept until 12:30. It was utterly terrifying. They quickly got up, dressed, brushed their teeth, washed their face, picked up their briefcase, and rushed out the door. A passing subordinate greeted him. Zhou, you look pretty good today. Only when Xiaozhou arrived at the detective agency did he realize that he had actually fallen asleep last night and had overslept this morning. For someone who had been suffering from insomnia for half a month, it felt better than winning a 5 million yuan lottery. Xiaozhou, feeling refreshed, sat on the leather sofa and made himself a cup of tea. He decided to drink more sour jujube tea that night. He hadn't expected the sour jujube tea to have any effect, but after just one day, his sleep improved significantly. It turned out that Ni Yang did have some skills. Problems that the doctors in big hospitals failed to solve were resolved by Ni Yang with just a prescription of sour jujube tea. He would remember this favor in his heart. Ni Yang didn't sleep well last night. She spent the entire night thinking about Li Xianxian, and then she had a dream. She dreamt of her past life, seeing a woman with a blurry face pushing her off the balcony of the 36th floor. She died on the spot. Ni Yang couldn't forget the gruesome scene. Was it a dream, or was it reality? Moreover, she had a feeling that the woman who pushed her off the building was Li Xianxian. However, Ni Yang still couldn't figure out why Li Xianxian would harm her. "Boss, you've made a mistake. One only wanted 2 bowls of noodles. You gave me an extra one." The customer's reminder brought Ni Yang back from her thoughts. She smiled and returned the excess bowl of noodles. "I'm sorry, thank you for reminding me. I want a bowl of noodles over here." "Okay." Ni Yang quickly served the spare bowl of noodles to the customer. "Here you go, that will be 3 cents. The man took out a 1 yuan note and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang reached out to take it. "Thank you, here is your change." From beginning to end, Ni Yang didn't give him an extra glance. She did her work, served the noodles, collected the money. She neither took the initiative to talk to him, nor tried to get close to him, just like the other customers in the restaurant. Chapter 226 Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's Birthday Banquet _5. Song Beiqing watched as Ni Yang turned her back to him, peering at her with a newfound seriousness in his eyes. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, he entirely misjudged Ni Yang. She truly didn't care about money. She genuinely didn't wish to associate with the rich and powerful. Yet, despite being only a teenager, she possessed a maturity that many adults lacked, as if weathered by countless storms. Song Beiqing touched his chin, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. With swift movements, he finished his noodles and left the place. For 3 days, Song Beiqing visited the noodle restaurant every morning. To get his noodles, he even had his assistant queue for him for a considerable amount of time. In those 3 days, they didn't exchange a single word, or even a glance. Only then did Song Beiqing realize that the girl genuinely had no interest in him. Ni Yang. Song Beiqing couldn't resist calling out to Ni Yang's back. "What is it?" Ni Yang stopped in her tracks, directing her gaze toward Song Beiqing. Song Beiqing chuckled. "I thought for sure you wouldn't pay me any attention." Ni Yang raised an eyebrow in amusement and retorted, "Why would Boss Song think that?" Song Beiqing continued, "Well, one just upset you a few days ago. So, I was hesitant to initiate a conversation with you, fearing you might still be angry." This man sure was amusing. When he stopped with his capitalist arrogance, he proved to an intriguing personality. Before Ni Yang could respond, Song Beiqing carried on, "Perhaps due to our different upbringing, money has always been of primordial importance to me. In my eyes, money equals omnipotence. It gives me high-quality living standards, private drivers, assistants, servants, bodyguards, but one overlooked respect. No amount of money can buy respect. Therefore, Ni Yang, I apologize for my previous inappropriate actions. It was wrong of me to measure a person's worth with money. That was an insult to your dignity." Song Beiqing was smart and adaptable. Lai wouldn't impose his errors on Ni Yang. If he was at fault, he was at fault. And so, he owed Ni Yang an apology. Ni Yang didn't expect Song Beiqing to say such words. She thought Song Beiqing was a thorough capitalist, but his realization of his faults was quite profound. Ni Yang faintly smiled. So, in your eyes, I'm a petty person? Song Beiqing also laughed. Of course not. With those words, Song Beiqing continued. They say laughter eliminates all hatred, so Ni Yang, can we turn over a new leaf and forget the past incidents? Without any hesitation, Ni Yang reached out her hand toward Song Beiqing. I am Ni Yang, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Song Beiqing courteously shook Ni Yang's hand. By the way, don't call me Boss Song anymore, just call me Song Beiqing. After all, the point of a name is for people to use it. Okay. Ni Yang nodded faintly. Song Beiqing continued, now that we are friends, may I first ask you a question? Sure. After a moment of thought, Song Beiqing said, but you must promise me not to get mad after I ask this question. Rest assured, Ni Yang smiled, I am quite reasonable. The implication was that as long as Song Beiqing's question was within bounds, she would not take offense. With some hesitation, Song Beiqing asked, Ni Yang, do you really not like money? This question had been bothering Song Beiqing for quite some time. Does anyone in this world truly not care for money? Although he was aware that Ni Yang would certainly frown at his question, Song Beiqing was simply too curious about her answer. Unexpectedly, Ni Yang not only did not get angry but also broke into a hearty chuckle. Like money? Of course, one do. If one didn't, why on earth would I open this noodle restaurant? Just like you said, money provides a superior lifestyle. Everything I am doing is for a better tomorrow. There are no people in this world who do not like money. Money is essential for survival. Without money, even the most basic needs can't be met, let alone prospering in life. Ni Yang liked money, but she wasn't a gold digger. There was no point hiding what she genuinely liked. Then why did you reject? Ni Yang continued for him. You mean, why did I reject your exorbitant invitation? Chapter 227 Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's Birthday Banquet _6. Song Beiqing nodded. Ni Yang said, I like money, but at the same time, I only like the money I earn myself. Your sky-high solicitation to me is no different from charity, so I choose to reject it. I prefer being down-to-earth rather than unexpectedly rich overnight. Song Beiqing was taken aback. He didn't expect such an answer from Ni Yang. She had her own thoughts and was very frank. She was not like a typical girl, she was outstanding. After a moment, Song Beiqing continued to ask, what's the difference between windfall wealth and working hard to earn money? Just then, an old man walking his bird happened to pass by the shop. Ni Yang pointed at the bird in the cage and then at the bird singing high in the camphor tree. It's about like the difference between these two. Song Beiqing was stunned again. Ni Yang's voice came again, I'd rather be a poor bird in the sky than a golden canary in a cage. I'd rather be a poor bird in the sky than a golden canary in a cage. A simple phrase of 14 characters, yet it contained countless life wisdoms. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Song Beiqing would never have believed that these words came from the mouth of a young girl. Song Beiqing had been around for a long time, had seen too many people blinded by wealth, including young girls Ni Yang's age or even younger. These girls of tender years, willing to sell everything for a better life. Refused to be a golden canary? They were just afraid they wouldn't get the chance to be one. Because Song Beiqing had seen too many people like this, he initially thought Ni Yang was one of them. He didn't expect to be wrong once. A helpless smile emerged in Song Beiqing's eyes. Ni Yang, it's an honor to know you, Song Beiqing said to Ni Yang earnestly. Ni Yang laughed lightly, I'm flattered that I've managed to impress Boss Song. Song Beiqing chuckled, you're still calling me boss? Isn't this mocking me? It's just a slip of the tongue, Ni Yang replied, I haven't gotten used to the change yet. Just then, the sound of Li Gongqing urging came from outside the door, Master, it's time. Song Beiqing looked at his wristwatch, I have something else to attend to. I'll leave first. We can talk again when we both have leisure. Okay. Ni Young nodded. Song Beicheng pushed the door and left. Even as he sat in the back seat, a light smile still lingered on his face. Song Beicheng was genuinely happy today. He hadn't met a girl as straightforward as Ni Young in a long time. The feeling was akin to finding a soulmate. There was no gender difference involved. Communicating with Ni Young was a delightfully relaxed affair. She was nothing like other pretentious wealthy daughters. Instead, she exuded an unbridled spirit of freedom. This was something the females of this era lacked. Sitting back in the rear seat with his legs crossed, Song Beicheng's right index finger intermittently tapped on the car window. Seeing the contented face in the rearview mirror, Li Gongsheng was utterly impressed by Ni Young. Ni Young was truly amazing. Shed even managed to bring Master Song to submission. After resting at the base for a few days, Li Xianxian came to the Mo family to visit old lady Mo and Mo Hudy. Xianxian, how do you feel now? Asked old lady Mo with concern. Li Xianxian smiled. Granny, you don't have to worry. I'm feeling much better now. That's good, old lady Mo patted Li Xianxian's hand. After glancing around, Li Xianxian asked, where's Xiaodai? Old lady Mo replied, Xiaodai is upstairs. Li Xianxian said with a smile, then I'll go see Xiaodai. I'll go with you. Old lady Mo stood up and followed Li Xianxian's steps. Li Xianxian immediately supported old lady Mo's arm, and they headed upstairs. In the upstairs room, Mo Hudy was focused on writing something at her desk. She was so absorbed that she didn't notice old lady Mo and Li Xianxian's entry. Xiaodai, your sister Xianxian is here to see you, old lady Mo said with a smile. Mo Hudy looked up and offered a polite greeting, hello, sister Xianxian. Li Xianxian came over with a smile, let your sister take a look, what is our Xiaodai writing? Mo Hudy quickly closed her notebook, sister Xianxian, I'm writing a diary. Diaries are private and snooping into them is an intrusion. Li Xianxian gently patted Mo Hudy's head, Xiaodai, you're young and it's the time to play. When it comes to learning, you shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go with the flow. Chapter 228 Changing Views on Ni Yen, Elder Mrs. Mo's Birthday Banquet 7 Madame Mo also laughed, Xiaodai, your sister Xianxian is right, you are at the age to play. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's fine to enjoy your writing, but remember not to exhaust yourself. Mo Hudy came over, hugged Madame Mo's neck coquettishly, Grandma, I know. Li Xianxian looked at Mo Hudy and narrowed her eyes imperceptibly. Since Mo Hudy didn't die, it seemed that some plans had to be set in motion ahead of time. The Mo family was of high status, and Mo Baichuan was an important figure. If she wanted to marry into the Mo family smoothly, she still lacked a dazzling identity. With such an identity, she could stand more firmly in the Mo family in the future. Li Xianxian smiled and came over, Xiaodai, would you like to go downstairs and play? Sure. Mo Hudy nodded. The three went downstairs together. Li Xianxian had brought a lot of things that little girls like to play with. So, Mo Hudy sat on the floor and started playing, even forgetting about lunch. At the dining table, Li Xianxian proactively served Madame Mo, Grandma, if I remember correctly, your 75th birthday is coming up in a few days, isn't it? Madame Mo laughed, it's commendable that you remember this old woman's birthday, Xianxian. Li Xianxian said, Grandma, your birthday is always on my mind. I know you're a filial child. Li Xianxian continued, Grandma, with all the good things happening in the family recently, we should definitely celebrate your birthday in a big way. Mo Fuhai, the eldest at the table, put down his chopsticks and agreed, Xianxian is right, we haven't had any celebrations at home lately. This would be a perfect occasion to invite the older siblings back, dispel some of the recent bad luck. Li Xianxian continued, it would be perfectly timed to invite over the little lucky star that Grandma often mentions. He has been such a help to the family, we should properly thank him. Li Xianxian had wanted to meet this little lucky star for a long time now. Unfortunately, she hadn't found the right opportunity. With this birthday banquet, not only could she display her abilities in front of the Mo family, but she could also meet the legendary little lucky star. She had to see if this little lucky star was as formidable as rumored. Of course, more importantly, she wanted to assess whether the little lucky star would pose a threat to her. Anyone daring to steal her credit would have to pay back the principal along with the interest. Madame Mo laughed and nodded. Excellent, Xianxian. You've truly hit the nail on the head. Fuhai, we should sincerely thank our little lucky star. Mo Fuhai said, let's leave this matter to Sixth. He can notify Yang Yang. Upon hearing about Mo Qishan, a look of disdain flashed in Li Xiangxian's eyes. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If he associates with the trashy sixth son of the Mo family, then this little lucky star is definitely not to be feared. He probably fluked into saving Mo Hudi and into curing Lin Pingping's acne. Mother, father, are you speaking ill of me again? A straight figure walked in from the outside at just the right moment. Uncle Mo Sixth. Li Xianxian politely greeted. Although she thoroughly despised this waste, she had to maintain her facade. She couldn't let the Mo family elders harbor any dissatisfaction towards her. Mo Qishan nodded at Li Xianxian, then sat next to Madame Mo. Mo Fuhai explained to Mo Qishan about Madame Mo's birthday feast while laughing. Mo Qishan said, Dad, there's no need for you to worry about such matters when I'm here. I've already prepared the venue, you just need to enjoy yourself every day. Mo Qishan was always good at cheering people up, and he immediately brought a lot of joy to Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai. The two elders laughed and scolded him playfully as a naughty boy. Qishan, don't be hesitant to spend money on such matters. Take this passbook. Mo Fuhai ordered the servant to bring a passbook. Seeing this, Li Xianxian's scorn was evident in her eyes. Waste is waste. Even the money for his mother's birthday celebration needs to be begged from people. Such a son was really good for nothing. Unfortunately, Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai cherished Mo Qishan so much. Old age surely does make one's vision go hawkish. Mo Qishan handed the passbook back to Mo Fuhai. Dad, you don't need to worry about money. Your son is not waste. I can assure you that I will make Mom's birthday celebration grand. Considering his son's pride, Mo Fuhai could only put away the passbook. You promise me that you'll speak up if anything goes wrong. Mo Qishan nodded. Madame Mo added, Oh, Qishan, there's another thing that needs to be done. Mo Qishan said, No problem, Grandma. Whatever you command, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or diving into seas of flames, I will get it done. Madame Mo laughed heartily at Mo Qishan's joke, this child, always jesting. Once settled, she continued, it's about Yang Yang. No matter what, you have to get him to attend this birthday banquet. Mo Qishan immediately stood up and saluted in the style of a TV drama, Yes, madam. What a rascal. By the way, why didn't Xiao Dai come to eat? Mo Qishan asked. Madame Mo replied, when Xianxian came earlier, she brought a bunch of new and interesting things for Xiao Dai. She's in the living room setting up her new toys. Every child has a playful nature. Mo Qishan nodded and continued eating. After the meal, Mo Qishan went to find Yang. Besides inviting him to the birthday banquet, he had to deliver some goods to him as well, a shipment of 10,000 disposable paper cups that Yang had ordered through him. Wu Darning helped Mo Qishan tie the 10,000 disposable cups to the back seat of his bicycle. Brother 6, should I deliver these to sister-in-law by car? No need, Mo Qishan checked whether the cups were secured tightly. I'll deliver them by bike. Wu Darning was puzzled. Mo Qishan clearly had a luxury car at his disposal, but insisted on using this little broken bicycle. This didn't fit his image at all. Chapter 229 Chapter Stunning. _1 Mo Chishan quickly arrived at Ni Yang's noodle restaurant. When he got there, it was lunchtime and the restaurant was bustling with customers. Mo left his bicycle outside and went in. He naturally started to help Ni Yang with serving noodles and taking orders. They didn't exchange a word, yet their coordination was impeccable. Many regular customers had already recognized Mo. "Shema, you're helping at the restaurant again today?" One Mo smiled and said, "Yes, Aunt Een, are you having your usual pickled vegetable noodles with a cup of milk tea today?" Aunt Een nodded happily, "Exactly. Shema, they'll have a bowl of noodles and a cup of milk tea too." All right. For a while, Mo's popularity was nearly on par with Ni Yang's. "Shema," a middle-aged woman wearing golden earrings said, "Can Auntie ask you a question?" Mo replied politely, "Of course." The middle-aged woman continued, "Shema, have you settled down yet?" "Not yet." The middle-aged woman further inquired, "Has your family introduced you to any potential partners yet?" Mo replied, "No." "No?" The middle-aged woman smiled, "How about Auntie introduces you to someone? My niece is extraordinarily beautiful. In this era, where exorbitant dowries weren't customary yet, any good-looking chap, even if he came from a poor family, won't have to worry about finding a bride." Moreover, Mo Chishan was not only handsome but was also well-dressed and rode a bicycle. Among the common folks, he was quite a catch. Not just the middle-aged woman having her meal, many people had had their eyes on Mo Chishan. But they hadn't found the opportunity to voice their intentions. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's question, the others in the restaurant silently pricked up their ears. Mo tactfully turned her down, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Auntie, but I'm already in love with someone." "He's in love with someone already?" Disappointment flickered through the woman's eyes, but she didn't give up. "Then, can you tell me the type of person you like? I know many pretty girls." Even if her niece wasn't suitable, she also had nieces from her in-laws, her own daughters. She believed that, sooner or later, she'd find someone that Mo would approve of. Mo rubbed his nose without directly replying to the woman. As he saw Ni Yang carrying a tray of noodles from the corner of his eye, he immediately ran over to take it from her. Yang, leave this to me. You go and take Auntie's order." His actions spoke for themselves. The middle-aged woman wasn't a fool. Seeing Mo behaving this way, how could she not understand what was going on? Ni Yang? Upon seeing Ni Yang, the woman deflated. No matter how beautiful her daughters, nieces, or nieces from her in-laws' side were, none could compare to Ni Yang's beauty. However, when she looked at them both, with Mo's handsome look and Ni Yang's beauty, they were rather fitting for each other. Seeing this, the others also dropped their ideas of introducing Mo to potential brides. After a hectic morning, it was time for lunch. As always, Ni Yang cooked 2 big pots of luxury version of pickled fish noodles. She combined 4 small tables in the restaurant into one big table and invited the construction workers from next door to join them. The luxury version of pickled fish noodles was filled with ingredients, fish, beef, and green vegetables. It was utterly satisfying with every bite. In the countryside, most men drank alcohol. So Ni Yang prepared 2 bottles of liquor and 3 side dishes to go along with it. As for those who didn't drink alcohol, they could have milk tea. Ni Yang brought the alcohol glasses. "Brother Mo, are you drinking?" Wang Tinia walked in, laughing, Yang, who are you kidding? How many men don't drink?" "Exactly," somebody chimed in from the crowd, "how can you even call yourself a man if you can't drink?" The rest joined in the banter. These men had already secretly conspired to get Mo, the city lad, drunk. This was like dealing with a new son-in-law in the countryside. In the countryside, when a girl got married, her new husband's first visit to her parents' home was seen as a testing ground. The bride's relatives would invite the villagers who could hold their liquor well to join the meal and get the new son-in-law drunk. This was to show their support for the bride and ensure she wouldn't be bullied at her in-law's house. This was their way of showing support for Ni Yang and protecting her. Mo wasn't perturbed by their teasing. He helped to serve the noodles on the table, took out cigarettes from his pocket, and started distributing them to everyone. Chapter 230 Chapter Stunning 2. I appreciate the respect from all you uncles, so I will accompany you in a few drinks. Everyone took the cigarettes and had a look. Goodness. Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. At this time, Dakiaman cigarettes were priced 5 cents per pack, unaffordable to ordinary people, hence most people smoked rolled dry tobacco. This young man, on the other hand, handed out Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. Yellow Crane Tower retailed for 20 yuan per pack. There are a total of 20 cigarettes in a pack, which means, one Yellow Crane Tower cigarette can buy 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes. Oh my. What does this young man's family do for a living? How come he's so rich? Moreover, Mo Chishan gave out cigarettes round after round, took the initiative to light them for everyone, behaving properly like a junior. In a little while, everyone was all smiles. If the difference in seniority wasn't there, everyone would have wanted to become brothers with him. Ni Yang quietly praised Mo Chishan in his heart. This man's social skills were really impressive. To start with, Ni Yang was worried that someone as particular as Mo Chishan would mind that Wang Tiniu and the others had just come back from the construction site and were dirty, and hence not want to talk to them. After all, Mo Chishan was a scion of a wealthy family. But now, it seemed that this concern was completely unnecessary. Though Mo Chishan was born into a wealthy family, he didn't look down on anyone. He was polite to everyone, unlike some people who flaunted their wealth, stuck up their noses, hardly seeing anyone else. At the table, Mo Chishan toasted to Wang Tiniu and the others one by one. Intending to get Mo Chishan drunk, Wang Tiniu and the others only sipped a little while Mo Chishan drank fast during the toasting. After going around, Mo Chishan had already drunk a dozen, while Wang Tiniu and the others had only had half a glass. After drinking about 10 glasses, equaling to 5 or 6 liang of liquor, amazingly, Mo Chishan was neither flushed nor shaky, showing no signs of drunkenness. Seeing Mo Chishan not drunk, Wang Tiniu exchanged glances with the rest, stood up, and raised his glass. Shema, you just toasted to us, now it's our turn to toast to you. Mo Chishan immediately stood up. Uncle Tiniu, you are my elder, it's against propriety for you to toast me. I should be the one standing. Please sit down. A satisfied expression emerged from the depths of Wang Tiniu's eyes. He took a seat. All right then, I won't insist, I'll drink first. Mo Chishan also swallowed the wine in his glass. Another round, and Mo Chishan drank a dozen more, adding up to over a caddy, yet he showed no signs of drunkenness. After this round, Mo Chishan continued to offer cigarettes to everyone. Uncles, have a smoke. Seeing Mo Chishan being so well behaved and having such good tolerance for alcohol, and since they still had work in the afternoon, everyone didn't want to give him a hard time, cheerfully accepting the cigarettes. It won't be a man's drinking party without bragging. As a young bachelor, Mo Chishan couldn't participate in such topics. Therefore, he was busy pouring drinks, handing out cigarettes, lighting them, thoroughly filling the role of a junior. The doors of the restaurant were transparent, clearly displaying the inside from the outside when a black luxury car quickly passed by. 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed people from the F country were seated in the car. The driver hit the brakes, tugged at his companion, and swallowed hard. Morris, look quickly, who's that inside? When Morris impatiently turned to see what was happening inside, the impatient expression on his face gradually turned to shock. My God. Marcus. I couldn't have gone blind. The whole demeanor of Marcus froze. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe what they were seeing. The two just kept staring at the scene inside the restaurant, stunned, so much so they barely moved for a while. Only after receiving a warning look did Marcus nervously step on the gas, driving the car away from the noodle restaurant. Mo Chishan slowly turned his gaze back, eating his noodles in a leisurely manner. Due to a good upbringing, his posture was especially elegant when eating, even his every movement exuded an aristocratic ambience. The bragging at the table continued. Ni quietly handed a cup of water to Mo Chishan. Brother Mo, have some honey water, it helps with the alcohol. Mo Chishan had drunk at least over a caddy of liquor. Despite appearing no different from someone sober, Ni was concerned about a delayed effect of the alcohol. Chapter 231 Chapter Stunning 3 Thank you. Mo Chishan reached out and took the cup. His slender fingertips accidentally grazed the back of Ni Yang's hand, feeling slightly cool. In this instance, Mo Chishan suddenly thought of an exquisite ancient jade he had come across last summer while he was in F country. The sensation of touching this jade was similar. The honey water was sweet with a faint hint of lemon. A single sip managed to soothe the burning sensation in his heart. Taking advantage of the action of picking up food, Mo Chishan whispers into Ni Yang's ear, Yang, I can hold my liquor very well. I'm not drunk at all, you don't have to worry. At this very moment, Ni Yang turned her head, her fair cheeks brushing against his lips. It was like a shock. Such an unintentional move had successfully stunned the both of them. The boasting noises coming from the table seemed to have become a vacuum. Mo Chishan picked up the cup again, nonchalantly took a sip of the honey water as if nothing had happened. His calm exterior remained, but the thin layer of sweat on his face betrayed his emotions. Just after putting down the cup, Mo Chishan gulped down another mouthful of honey water. Yet, this time, he couldn't suppress the burning sensation in his heart. Stealing a quick glance at Ni Yang, he found her casually chatting with Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfang on the side, acting as if nothing had happened. Damn! His composure was actually less than a young girl. Mo Chishan picked up his cup again in frustration, only to find out that his honey water was all gone. Left with no choice, he put down his cup and continued with his meal. What Mo Chishan didn't know was that Ni Yang, who appeared stable as Mount Tai, was actually panicking inside. Including all her past and present lives combined, this was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man. It felt a little strange. Soon after, everyone finished their meals and Wang Tiniu led them to the nearby shop. Mo Chishan stood up, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed them around. After everyone had left, Mo Chishan finally had a chance to discuss important matters with Ni Yang. He brought in the 10,000 disposable cups from outside the door. Yang, these are the 10,000 cups you ordered. Can you check? Ni Yang laughed and replied, no need to count, brother Mo, don't I trust you? The two of them got along very naturally, completely forgetting the previous episode at dinner. Ni Yang took out money from the counter to give to Mo Chishan, and he didn't refuse. He deeply understood Ni Yang's character. She would never accept charity. If he refused the money this time, Ni Yang would definitely not ask for his help next time. Mo Chishan took the money, then said, yeah, Yang, I have something else to tell you. Ni Yang nodded her head, go ahead, brother Mo. Mo Chishan said, the 8th day of next month is my mother's birthday. She wants to invite you to her birthday celebration. I don't know if you can make it. Birthday celebration. Looking at the calendar, Li Xianxian should have woken up by then. Since it was the Mo family's birthday celebration, Li Xianxian would definitely be there. Moreover, Ni Yang always treated Mo Chishan as a friend. Mo Chishan had helped her so much, so if he personally invited her, she had no reason to refuse. Of course. Ni Yang said with a smile, since brother Mo has kindly invited, I'll definitely be there. Really? Mo Chishan was overjoyed. Mo Chishan look out an invitation, here, this is the invitation. Ni Yang took it with both hands, thank you. Mo Chishan continued, you've worked all morning, and you still have to work in the afternoon. You should take the opportunity to rest for a while. I have to go. Ni Yang nodded, and saw Mo Chishan to the door. Just as Mo Chishan set foot on his bicycle, as if he remembered something, he looked back at Ni Yang, I may not be in Beijing for the next few days. If anything happens, you can contact Wu Darning. Then I'll pick you up here on the morning of the 8th. Okay. Ni Yang waved at him, Brother Mo, be careful on the road. We'll meet here on the morning of the 8th. After bidding goodbye to Ni Yang, Mo Chishan whistled as he pedaled his bike away. Had just turned a corner when he wobbled and almost fell off his bike. He stood at the side of the road, his right hand pinching his temple. His feet felt like they were stepping on cotton and he felt like he could faint at any time. There was a stark contrast between his demeanor now and just a moment ago. This hangover was pretty strong. After all, he had drunk more than a kilogram. How could he not be drunk? It's also thanks to Mo Chishan's strong endurance that he held on until now. If it were anyone else, they probably would have thrown up by now. Chapter 232 Chapter Stunning. For after a while, a black car slowly drove over, parking nearby. Two young men got out of the car, one helped Mo Chishan into the car, the other loaded the bicycle into the trunk. Are you okay? Came a concerned voice from the driver's seat. I'm fine. Mo Chishan, enduring a headache, continued, First, take me back to the manor. All right, please wait a moment. The driver glanced at the man's frosty face through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but wonder, was this really the same man who had been toasting and offering cigarettes to the group of construction workers at the small noodle restaurant only an hour ago? Was it really the same person? The companions in the passenger seat obviously thought about the same question. They exchanged a glance, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. Lately, Lin Pingping's skin condition was getting better and better. At a class reunion, her classmates could barely recognize her. My God! Ping, your skin is incredible. So fair. I remember you weren't this fair before. Women in their 30s generally have the worst skin condition. Even the ladies of wealthy families cannot escape the traces of time. Among them, some had pigmented spots on their faces, some had yellowish skin, some had peeling skin. It's no wonder the term yellow-faced woman exists. Lin Pingping, sitting among them, naturally became the one who stood out in the crowd. One of the straightforward classmates said, Something's not right, Ping. I saw you earlier this year, you had a face full of pimples. How did you suddenly become so pretty now? Lin Pingping didn't mind, she smiled and said, It might have something to do with the skincare products I've been using lately. You all know that my face had a big problem a year ago. It was only after using these skincare products that my face improved. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked, What brand? You should recommend it to us. Quick, tell us, I want to go buy a set, too. Lin Pingping continued, It's called Icy Skin Jade Beauty, but you may not be able to find it in the market, because this skincare product was developed by a high-profile person. It's limited supply, without connections, you can't get it at all. Lin Pingping spoke in a mysterious tone, further piquing everyone's curiosity. After all, Lin Pingping's current skin condition was really good. So good that it inspired envy. Icy Skin Jade Beauty, these 4 words, were really eye-catching. Ping, can you help us get a set? Ping, we've been classmates for so many years, you won't refuse this favor, will you? Lin Pingping laughed and said, I can help you, but one of the products that can whiten the skin might be a bit expensive. I don't know if you can accept it. Expensive? How much is it? Lin Pingping continued, 108 yuan a box. Hearing this, everyone chuckled, That's not bad, I thought it would be very expensive. It's only 108. In the eyes of these people from wealthy families, 108 yuan was nothing at all. It was equivalent to what they would spend on a casual clothing purchase. Get me one for skin whitening. I want one too. Me too. Everyone was busy stuffing money into Lin Pingping's hands. Lin Pingping said, Don't rush, merely applying whitening and moisturizing cream isn't useful. The effect is better when used in combination with facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. Besides, it not only whitens, but also controls acne, fades spots, moisturizes. Lin Pingping introduced Ni Yang's products one by one, speaking about them in a mysterious manner. At one point when someone questioned her, "Are these skincare products really that good? I've never heard of these brands before." "I haven't heard of them either. I heard that Lin Pingping is divorcing Hong Bin lately. Could it be that she's out of money, so she's trying to cheat us?" Hearing these doubts, Lin Pingping wasn't angry, she just smiled and said, "I have some samples at home. After the reunion, why don't you come over to my place? I can give you some samples to try. If you like them, then you can buy more. We're all old classmates, I wouldn't want to get a reputation for cheating." With her saying that, those who had questioned her earlier shut their mouths, their faces flushed with embarrassment. When the reunion ended, over a dozen beauty-loving female classmates followed Lin Pingping home. Seeing that Lin Pingping was now living in the Mo family mansion, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 233 Chapter Stunning 5. The Mo family is rich and wealthy with countless assets. They can afford as much money as they need. How could Lin Pingping possibly defraud people over such a small sum? "Pingping, we know you wouldn't deceive us. You don't have to give us sample kits. Just order a set for us directly, erase the money. You can keep it." Lin Pingping handed out a bunch of sample kits to the crowd. "Even so, I should give you some sample kits first. I don't have any ready-made skincare products at the moment. You can try using them first. After all, everyone's skin type is different. The skincare products that work for my skin may not have the same effects on your skin." The others thought that what Lin Pingping said made sense, so they did not insist, and each took some samples and left. On the morning of the third day, Lin Pingping was still in bed when a piercing phone ring woke her up. Lin Pingping picked up the telephone receiver with half-closed eyes. "Hello." A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello. Pingping. Xiao Xiao. I used the skincare samples you gave me a few days ago. They are really amazing. Would you be able to buy a few sets for me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Pingping suddenly became more alert. But as soon as she hung up, the urgent phone ringing sounded again. This time it was also a call to order skincare products. Lin Pingping received more than a dozen calls that morning alone. Therefore, Lin Pingping decided not to sleep anymore. She got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and then went to work. During her lunch break, Lin Pingping went to Ni Yang's noodle restaurant and told her about the orders for the skincare products. Ni Yang smiled and said, "For now, we have ample stock of facial cleanser and aloe vera gel, as well as 2 types of acne and freckle removal creams. But the whitening moisturizing cream is limited to 30 boxes per month and we only have 8 boxes left. For beauty, people are willing to pay any price." Under the promotion of Ni Chinggui and Wang Meifeng, the high-end whitening moisturizing cream, priced at 108 yuan a box, sold 22 boxes in just a few days. Adhering to the principle of limited edition equals high value, Ni Yang planned not to produce too much at first. She planned to produce only 30 boxes per month to keep the consumers anticipating and maintain the product's high profile, before gradually increasing production. This is a kind of hunger marketing. Lin Pingping hurriedly said, Yang, sell all the remaining 8 boxes of whitening moisturizing cream to me. Then I want 12 bottles of facial cleanser and aloe vera gel, and 13 bottles of each of the acne and freckle removal creams." To avoid missing out on any orders from her classmates, Lin Pingping even drafted a list. "Sure. Ni Yang nodded, "But I don't have any stock in hand right now. Should I bring them to you tomorrow morning?" "All right," Lin Pingping said, "I'll come and get them tomorrow morning. I want to pay you." Everything added up to a total of 46 bottles. The price of 8 boxes of whitening moisturizing cream is 864 yuan, while the remaining 38 bottles of facial cleanser and acne and freckle removal creams cost 940 yuan, totaling 1,804 yuan. Lin Pingping handed Ni Yang 1,900 yuan, and Ni Yang gave her back 200 yuan without saying much. Lin Pingping didn't think much of it. It was only after she left the restaurant that she realized that Ni Yang had given her 104 yuan extra. Lin Pingping promptly returned to the restaurant and gave Ni Yang the remaining money. Yang, you gave me too much change. Ni Yang smiled and said, I didn't make a mistake. Auntie Ping, you gave me 2 yuan extra when you bought skincare products last time. About half a month ago, Lin Pingping came to buy skincare products. The total cost was 300 yuan, but Lin Pingping gave 400 yuan. Ni Yang chased after her, but Lin Pingping just ran off. Naturally, Ni Yang wouldn't accept the extra 2 yuan from Lin Pingping for no reason. The purpose of her starting the business was not to make money. If she accepted the extra 100 yuan from Lin Pingping, it would dilute the initial purpose of her business. Lin Pingping said, Yang, that was last time, this is this time. Ni Yang gave a faint smile and spoke lightly, Auntie Ping, if you don't accept it, I might not dare to sell skincare products to you next time. With no choice, Lin Pingping had to accept the money, secretly deciding in her heart that she must help Ni Yang promote the skincare products more in the future. The influence of a good product is really great. Because when a product is good, consumers will recommend it to each other. This forms a circle, and this circle will only grow bigger. As a result, the reputation of Crystal Clear will also grow. Chapter 234 Chapter Stunning. _6. Recently, Ni Yang's income from selling skincare products alone had exceeded 6,000 yuan. Adding the revenue from the noodles and milk tea sales, and after deducting the cost of store renovation, her savings had now exceeded 20,000 yuan. The birthday banquet of the old Madame Mo was just around the corner, so Ni Yang had been thinking about what gift to prepare for the old lady in the last few days. Mo family were indeed affluent, and items costing just a few or 100 yuan certainly wouldn't catch the old lattice's attention, yet anything too expensive was out of Ni Yang's reach. Therefore, although the birthday gift wouldn't need to be too costly, it was essential to show sincerity. She must strike out a new path for herself and grasp an opportunity. Thinking about it, Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, an idea forming in her mind. The morning of the 8th. Looking neat and tidy, Mo Chishan rode his precious bicycle to the noodle restaurant to pick up Ni Yang. As he arrived, a jeep pulled up. The car window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Uncle, are you here to pick up Ni Yang? The one who came was none other than Mo Baichuan. Mo Chishan smiled faintly. That's right, do you have any advice, nephew? Mo Baichuan's eyes held countless scorn as he looked at Mo Chishan. Uncle, you can't seriously think that Ni Yang is interested in you, can you? Mo Chishan said nothing. His nephew seemed to have too much time on his hands lately. Mo Baichuan continued, I told you that Ni Yang has been close to you only because of me. She wants to get close to me. Otherwise, would Ni Yang be interested in a loser like Mo Chishan? What a joke. Yet, Mo Chishan was a foolish romantic, really believing Ni Yang would be interested in him. Sitting on his bicycle with his long legs touching the ground, Mo Chishan pointed at his head. Nephew, did you ever get that problem in your head checked? Both his older brother and sister-in-law were not fools. How could they give birth to a son as arrogant and unconventional as Mo Baichuan? Mo Chishan was now even suspecting that his nephew was adopted. Uncle, you don't believe me? Mo Baichuan suddenly turned serious. If you don't, let's make a bet. Then you will see what kind of person Ni Yang really is. Mo Chishan's lips curled into a small smile. Mo Baichuan continued, let's bet on whose car Ni Yang will ride in today. Mo Chishan laughed lightly. Is there a need to bet on that? Mo Baichuan frowned slightly. Uncle, don't you think you are too self-confident? Nephew, Mo Chishan looked at Mo Baichuan. I think you're ridiculous. Mo Baichuan didn't feel like arguing with Mo Chishan. Whether you're too confident or I'm ridiculous, you'll see the answer soon. Mo Chishan was still deceiving himself. Under today's circumstances, anyone could tell with their toes that Ni Yang definitely wouldn't ride Mo Kishan's bicycle. After all, today was an important day for the Mo family, and all the attendees were important figures. How could a vain woman like Ni Yang ride a small bicycle? Mo Chishan was really dumb. In a moment, a clear voice rang out in the air, "Brother Mo." As Mo Chishan looked up, he saw Ni Yang, dressed in a beige overcoat, walking out. Her jet black, shiny hair was evenly spread out behind her, and there was a rosy hair clip on her right ear. The rosy hair clip against her fair and transparent ears was like a red plum in the snow, extremely eye-catching. The beige overcoat, buttoned up to the ankles, outlined her fine figure and slender waist. It looked as if a strong wind could break her thin waist. Yang. Mo Chishan jumped off his bicycle and walked towards Ni Yang, talking and laughing as if he didn't notice Mo Baichuan by the jeep. As Ni Yang completely ignored him, Mo Baichuan's face darkened. Was she still playing hard to get? Miss Ni, Mo Baichuan walked straight up to Ni Yang, looking down at her. "To repay you for saving my life in Dam Village, I personally came to invite you to my grandmother's birthday banquet today." Wasn't this what Ni Yang wanted? She had followed him all the way from Dam Village to Beijing, just to draw his attention with the life-saving grace. He would grant her wish today. He didn't believe that Ni Yang could still play coy when he had put it all out on the table. Chapter 235, Stunning. _7 Ni Yang gave him a velvet smile and retorted, "Did I save someone in Dam Village? It's clear that the only thing I saved in Dam Village was a dog with a penchant for biting people. Dear sir, don't behave like a dog. I've already made my intentions very clear. Have some self-awareness, would you?" True, Ni Yang had saved Mo Baichuan. But it felt just like saving a dog. If it was a dog, at least the dog would wag its tail at her. Unlike Mo Baichuan, who simply bit her back like a maniac, sticking to her like glue no matter how much she tried to shake him off. "You!" Mo Baichuan was suddenly filled with rage. He didn't expect Ni Yang to keep playing coy even after all he had done. Was this amusing to her? Didn't she realize she was playing her part way too well? As Mo Chishan was just about to voice his thoughts, he heard Ni Yang say, "Brother Mo, let's get going. We shouldn't waste our time on irrelevant people. If a dog bites you, would you bite it back?" These words quite unexpectedly chimed with Mo Chishan's own thinking. Nodding, he agreed, "Indeed, let's move." Mo Chishan maneuvered his bicycle, and Ni Yang took up her usual place on the back seat. "Yang, hold on tight, we're setting off." "Okay." Ni Yang smartly held onto Mo Chishan's waist with one hand and her belongings with the other. As the handsome lad and pretty girl rode under the morning sun, bathed in its warm golden light, it should have been a beautiful sight. But to Mo Baichuan, it was irritatingly dazzling. That was crossing the line. Ni Yang was overreacting. He had even stooped to the level of personally driving to pick her up, but she still chose to ride off with Mo Chishan on his bicycle. Mo Baichuan initially came to declare war to Mo Chishan. He wanted to let Mo Chishan know that Ni Yang was close to him only because of Mo Baichuan. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting slapped by Mo Chishan instead. Just wait, he swore that one day, he would expose Ni Yang's true face. Mo Baichuan clenched his fists tight, his suppressed rage making the veins in his neck pop. He looked truly vicious. At that moment, he thought of another person. Li Xianxian. Since Ni Yang failed to appreciate his kindness and insisted on playing coy, he could try winning over Li Xianxian. With a car, he could reach home long before the slow-paced bicycle. As long as he fetched Li Xianxian home before Mo Chishan, making Ni Yang witness it all, she would undoubtedly lose her cool. Jealousy could make people bare their ugliest side. Squinting his eyes, Mo Baichuan got into his car. Soon after, his car could be spotted parked under the ladies' dormitory at the base. Being a formidable figure on the base, Mo Baichuan's car parked under the ladies' dormitory drew the attention of countless female onlookers. In their faces, Mo Baichuan found the recognition he sought. Could you please go and fetch Li Xianxian from room 106 for me? Tell her I'm waiting for her downstairs. Mo Baichuan grabbed a random girl's hand and made the request. Of course, of course. The girl's face turned a shade of shrimp red. When Li Xianxian found out that Mo Baichuan had come to fetch her himself, she felt as though she was dreaming. No. She never even dreamed that Mo Baichuan would come to fetch her one day. Now, she turned into the envy of all. Li Xianxian quickly donned a beautiful and stylish strapless dress and put on her crystal shoes before walking out. Baichuan. Let's go. Mo Baichuan barely glanced at her before turning around to get back into the car. Excited, Li Xianxian got into the passenger seat. The air conditioning in the car was very strong, so Li Xianxian didn't feel cold. All the way, Li Xianxian was stealthily observing Mo Baichuan's expression. Since Mo Baichuan always maintained the same facial expression, Li Xianxian was unable to notice any abnormalities. The car was speeding up and soon caught up with the bicycle. Later, the speed of the car maintained an appropriate distance from the bicycle. About half an hour later, the car finally stopped in front of the Mo family's villa. Don't get out of the car yet, Mo Baichuan spoke out coldly. Li Xianxian was taken aback. Mo Baichuan noticed that the bicycle was about to enter the villa. He then opened the car door and walked over to open the door for Li Xianxian. Exhibiting gentlemanly manners, he extended a hand towards Li Xianxian. Xianxian, we've arrived. Mo Baichuan's attitude was different from what it had been earlier. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold her hand. Li Xianxian was overjoyed, her heart as if about to jump out of her chest. Cautiously, she extended her hand, placing it on top of Mo Baichuan's hand. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Mo Baichuan hid well the disgust in his eyes and led Li Xianxian out of the car. At the right moment, Mo Qishan also arrived with Ni Yang. Without turning his head, Mo Baichuan led Li Xianxian into the hall. Ni Yang also noticed Li Xianxian immediately. It seemed her guess was correct. Li Xianxian did show up at the Mo family's house. The trip was not in vain. Looking at the backless silhouette of Li Xianxian, Ni Yang shivered uncontrollably. Is Li Xianxian not cold wearing such a dress during winter? Mo Qishan parked the bike and turned to look at Ni Yang. Yang, my brothers and sisters-in-law are all here today, don't be nervous, just stay by my side. Ni Yang nodded, okay. They entered the house. The hall was lively with people coming and going. The heating was very strong, and Ni Yang couldn't stand the heat after walking only a few steps. Fortunately, she was wearing a plain cheongsam under her coat, so it was fine to take off the coat. After all, a proper dress is required for such banquets. And a cheongsam is also a type of formal attire. Ni Yang was unbuttoning her coat as they walked. She took off her coat and casually draped it over her arm. Mo Qishan extended his hand to take her coat. Yang, we have a lot of family members today, let me keep your coat for you. Alright, Ni Yang nodded, thank you, brother Mo. Mo Qishan smiled faintly, you're welcome. While Li Xianxian and Mo Baichuan were walking in front, Mo Hudi saw Li Xianxian and contrary to her usual self, was overly warm. Her little face was smiling so brightly it almost bloomed. She opened her arms and ran over quickly, Sister Xianxian. At this time, the other guests in the room also looked in this direction, their eyes filled with admiration. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Xianxian straightened her back. She had been preparing for quite a while for this day in order to stand out. This attire alone took 2 months to prepare. With a gentle and decent smile on her face, Li Xianxian half squatted down, opened her arms and welcomed Mo Hudi, Shao Dai. However, Mo Hudi ran straight past Li Xianxian and jumped into the arms of the person behind Li Xianxian, Sister Ni Yang. It was only then that Li Xianxian heard clearly what Mo Hudi said. She was calling for Sister Ni Yang. Not Sister Xianxian. What happened? Moreover, it seemed that the gazes of the others were not focused on her, but were oriented towards someone behind her. Who is behind me? Chapter 236, The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Hudi, Tormenting Li Xianxian. Why were all eyes on her? A chill of foreboding tinged Li Xianxian's mind. Her complexion paled as she slowly turned her head to look behind her. There was a figure clad in a light-colored cheongsam, stepping languidly. Her glossy raven hair half swept up, and her clear, expressive peach blossom eyes were framed with long, thick lashes casting a shadow on her eyelids. Secured on her ear was a hair clip in the shape of a red plum blossom, contrasting with her fair ear tip. It was like a red plum blooming brilliantly amidst a blanket of white snow, utterly mesmerizing. The red hair clip perfectly complemented the button of her cheongsam, projecting the elegant radiance of a figure stepped out from a painting, with no room for criticism. The cheongsam was usually a demanding piece of attire. If not worn gracefully, it could look overly rigid and dreary. However, the person before them was donning the cheongsam in a way that exemplified its timeless elegance. Usually the cheongsam enhances the wearer, but in her case, she was the one enhancing the cheongsam. Who was she? Why did she seem so familiar? Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, momentarily unable to recall the identity of the figure. But the sense of impending danger was steadily growing stronger within her. Sister Ni Yang, I've been waiting for you for so long. Mo Hudi embraced Ni Yang, unwilling to let go. Sister Ni Yang. Upon hearing this long-lost address, Li Xianxian started to regain her composure. It was her. She had come back. She indeed had returned. Insolent woman. Hadn't she already married that castrated old man? Why had she returned? Li Xianxian's hand clenched tight, the sharpened nails digging into her flesh due to excessive force. No. She couldn't be defeated by this shameless woman, she must remain calm. She had to win over everyone. No one will take Mo Baichuan from her. Luckily everyone's attention was focused on Ni Yang, so no one paid attention to her. Li Xianxian stood up gracefully, maintaining a polished smile on her face. Yang is here. The old lady of the Mo family and Mo Fuhai warmly welcomed her. They introduced Ni Yang to the rest of the family. My first 4 sons, let me introduce you to Ni Yang, the divine doctor who healed Xiaodai. Yang is the lucky star of our Mo family. Not only did she heal Xiaodai, but she also saved Ping Ping. I rely exclusively on the breakfast she prepares whenever my appetite dwindles. Not everyone could bear being addressed as the lucky star by the matriarch of the Mo family. Upon hearing her words, everyone's gaze shifted towards Ni Yang. Li Xianxian's mind was thrown into chaos. She had considered many possibilities, but she had never anticipated that Ni Yang would be the lucky star revered by the old matriarch. Why was it Ni Yang? What had transpired during the period when she was unconscious? Miss Ni, Mo Romping, the eldest son of the Mo family. I am Mo Rongan, the second son. Mo Rongjong, the 4th son. I am Mo Ronghua, the 5th son. The matriarch of the Mo family got married when she was 18 years old. The eldest son, Mo Romping, was 56 years old, and even the youngest, the 5th son, was 49. Only their youngest brother, Mo Qishan, was quite young. He was only a year older than his eldest grandson, Mo Baichuan, and was now 27. In fact, it was also apparent from the names themselves that Mo Qishan was an unexpected child. While the names of the first 4 sons represented peace, prosperity, and patriotism, his names signified uniqueness and profoundness. Before these people, Ni Yang was merely a 17-year-old child. Yet, she exuded a composed, polite demeanor. The old lady pointed to her sons and said, "Yang Yang, just call them eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother." Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother? What was the matriarch trying to imply? Li Xianxian almost bit through her lip. She'd been meticulously planning for 2 whole years before she earned the trust of the matriarch and patriarch of the Mo family. Had Ni Yang only known them for a few days? How could they trust Ni Yang so easily? This was unfair. This was unfair to her. Why was this insolent woman always after what she desired? It was the same in her previous life. And it was the same in this life. Li Xiangxian's lowered eyes were filled with venomous indignation. Mo Baichuan also found the matriarch's behavior rather befuddling. If Ni Yang was to address his uncles as brothers, wouldn't she become his senior? How could that make sense? Ni Yang was initially worried about how to address them. After all, she addressed Mo Qishan as brother Mo. It would be strange for her to call his elder brothers as uncles. On the other hand, addressing them as brothers would accentuate their age difference. Chapter 237, The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Hudi, Torturing Li Xianxian _2. Now that the old lady Mo has said so, Ni Yang didn't put on airs, and directly greeted, "Hello, elder brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother." Ni Yang's good looks, her sensible behavior, and her kindness towards the Mo family, made all of the Mo family's sons quite willing to accept her as their sister. Old Lady Mo then pulled Ni Yang to Li Xiangxian's side and introduced, "Xianxian, this is the lucky charm I've told you about before. Yang Yang, this is Li Xianxian. She is 3 years older than you and usually stays with Chuan, serving as his capable assistant." Ni Yang gave a small smile, reaching out to shake Li Xiangxian's hand. "Hello, Sister Xianxian." Her smile was light and pure, as if a neighboring sister with affable charm, inevitably causing one to drop all guards and defenses. However, Li Xianxian couldn't relax at all. "Sister Xianxian?" Ni Yang was actually calling her Sister Xianxian? What was she trying to do? In her past life, Ni Yang was indifferent to her, even going as far as ignoring gifts and attempts to curry favor with her. In this life, would she really be so well-intentioned? But then again, Ni Yang in this life is only 17 years old. 17 years old, still a green young girl. What could such a young girl understand? Even if Ni Yang accidentally climbed the ranks of the Mo family, she had ways to bring her down from her pedestal. Could a young girl outsmart her? Holding on to this thought, Li Xianxian was greatly relieved and shook Ni Yang's hand. "Hello, Yang Yang. Grandma often mentions you. Now that I've met you in person, you truly live up to your reputation." Ni Yang accepted Li Xiangxian's praise without a word. "Thank you, Sister Xianxian." Li Xiangxian's eyes narrowed. She felt something off about the Ni Yang before her eyes. At this time, Ni Yang should have just fled from the countryside, still maintaining her unsophisticated naivete, overwhelmed when faced with her sophisticated grace, and feeling extreme shame and inferiority. But what about Ni Yang? Ni Yang didn't show the slightest bit of inferiority, but was radiant and generous. "Sister Ni Yang, would you like me to show you my room?" Mo Hudi approached, taking Ni Yang's hand. "Sure." Ni Yang patted Mo Hudi's head and followed her up the stairs. Watching their figures disappear, a glint of ominous light flashed in Li Xiangxian's eyes. This Mo Hudi, truly ungrateful. She treated her so well, always bringing toys for her whenever she visited the Mo family, always trying to make her happy. But Mo Hudi? She wasn't the least bit grateful, even embarrassing her in public. Inviting Ni Yang to tour her room, without inviting her. An absolute ingrate. She deserved to lose her parents, becoming an orphan. Ni Yang went upstairs with Mo Hudi, meeting Mo Qishan on their way who was coming down the spiral staircase. Yang, where are you two going? Mo Chishan had his hands in his pockets, smiling at the duo. Hudy wants to show me her room. Yang replied. Uncle, would you like to come with us? Mo Hudy caught hold of Mo Chishan's hand with her other one. Sure. Mo Chishan nodded. The trio then headed for Mo Hudy's room. Witnessing the scene atop the spiral staircase, Li Xiangxian's face was full of scorn. She was initially worried about whether Yang had also returned from the past, like her. It seems that she was overthinking it. If Yang had also returned from the past, she would not have walked away with a waist like Mo Chishan. Mo Hudy's room was over 50 square meters, and was exquisitely decorated with imported stuffed toys from overseas scattered all over. Next to the window, there was a desk with an open notebook on it. The notebook was filled with scribbles, beside which lay an extravagant Picasso pen. Sister Yang, these are my writings. Mo Hudy gave the notebook on the desk to Yang. Had Li Xianxian been there, she would have died of anger on the spot. A few days ago, she too had wanted to look at the contents of this notebook, but was denied by Mo Hudy. Moreover, Mo Hudy had told her that it was a diary and hence, not to be seen by outsiders. When Yang opened the first page of the notebook, she was shocked. It wasn't just the beautiful handwriting that shocked her, but mainly, the name written in the column. Chapter 238 The Truth About Planning to Harm Mo Hudy, Tormenting Li Xianxian 3. The Butterfly Flies. If her memory serves her correctly, in the future, there is a very famous contemporary author named The Butterfly Flies. Her writing is highly revered by many, becoming a marvel in the modern literary world. Yang had also read her works. Is Mo Hudy that same Butterfly Flies? Mo Hudy introduced herself. Sister Yang, Butterfly Flies is my pseudonym. What do you think of the name? Does flies means liberating flight? Nayang asked. That's correct. Mo Hudy nodded, smiling brightly. Sister Nayang, you're really sharp. It does indeed mean the leisurely flight. The previously bedridden Mo Hudy longed to live like a normal child, which had influenced her choice of pseudonym. She hoped she could become a true butterfly one day. Yang flipped a few more pages in the notebook, her face getting more shocked as she read on. Clearly, Mo Hudy and the future butterfly flies were one and the same. Because this notebook was full of famous quotes from the butterfly flies. Mo Hudy was currently 12 years old and based on time calculation, she should rise to fame about 15 years from now, when she would be in her 20s. But Yang had read Butterfly Fly's autobiography. If she remembered correctly, Butterfly Flies rose to fame around her 30s. Something was off. It did not match up with Mo Hudy's current age. Xiaodai, have you ever thought about publishing your own book? Yang turned to look at Mo Hudy. Publish a book? Mo Hudy blinked, no. She was just bored and wrote these things to pass the time. She had never even contemplated publishing them. Yang went on, Xiaodai, your literary talent far surpasses the average person. Actually, you could consider pursuing a career in publishing. Who would believe these life-inspiring sentences were penned by a mere 12-year-old girl? Seeing Yang's reaction, Mo Chishan took the notebook from Yang. But Mo Hudy pressed his hand. Uncle, this is a secret between Sister Yang and me. You're a boy. You're not allowed to see. Mo Chishan chuckled and pinched her face. You let Sister Yang read this, but not me? Xiaodai, isn't that showing favoritism? This will make me sad. Mo Hudy hesitated, then finally relented. Fine, I'll let you have a look. Mo Chishan took the notebook and quickly skimmed through a few pages, his expression gradually turning serious. For such a long time, he had no idea his niece possessed such talent. Just then, a young friend came to play with Mo Hudy. Yang saw the opportunity and pulled Mo Chishan outside. Brother Mo, I have a question to ask you. Mo Chishan followed Yang outside, smiling. Speak. I will try my best to answer. Brother Imo, and I Yang looked up at Imo Chishan. Can I ask, why did Li Xianxian commit suicide last time? Ni Yang's intuition told her that the reason Li Xianxian committed suicide was absolutely intertwined with Mo Hudi. Mo Chishan had no inclination to conceal anything from Ni Yang. So, he went on to explain everything about the Jiangnan divine doctor and Mo Hudi's parents to Ni Yang. Hearing this, Ni Yang slightly furrowed her eyebrows. This incident might look like a premeditated revenge act by the Jiangnan divine doctor, but in reality, it's not that simple. The incident was years ago, and the Mo family had relocated to Beijing. So, how did the Jiangnan divine doctor find out Mo Hudi was a descendant of the Mo family? How did Li Xianxian get to know the Jiangnan divine doctor? Perhaps, nobody else knew about the grudge between Jiangnan divine doctor and the Mo family, but Li Xianxian was different. She had reincarnated and come back to life. She knew about things others wouldn't. Therefore, the person who intended to murder Mo Hudi was not anyone else, but it was Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian was very shrewd. This ploy of using another's hand to strike was extremely ingenious. Given the long-standing enmity between the Jiangnan divine doctor and the Mo family, his motive for killing Mo Hudi was clear. Who would suspect Li Xianxian? Li Xianxian didn't only manage to perfectly wash her hands clean of all crimes, but also committed suicide to earn the full sympathy of the Mo family. This was truly a triple victory. However, what Li Xianxian did not foresee was that Mo Hudi didn't die in the end. Since Mo Hudi did not die, all of Li Xianxian's plans must be sped up. Considering this, a glint of light flashed in Ni Yang's eyes. Yang, have you noticed something? Mo Chishan detected something odd about Ni Yang. Chapter 239, The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Hudi, Tormenting Li Xianxian _4. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyes. No big deal. By the way, Brother Mo, I think Xiao Dai really has the potential. You can hire a tutor to guide her. I believe she will achieve great things in the future. Mo Chishan nodded approvingly. I also think Xiao Dai is pretty smart. Ni Yang continued, Brother Mo, I have a suggestion for you. Go ahead, Yang. Ni Yang said quietly, here's what I recommend, let's keep this a secret for now. Once Xiao Dai's book is finally published, we can surprise everyone. Sure, they'll follow your advice. Mo Chishan had no objections about this matter. He firmly believed that everything Ni Yang said was right. The two of them chatted while walking downstairs. The Mo family was a prominent family in Beijing, so there were many people who came to wish Grandma Mo a happy birthday today. In no time, the ground floor lobby was crowded with people. As the host, Mo Chishan was immediately approached by a servant as soon as he got downstairs, who wanted to discuss the details of the birthday banquet with him. Ni Yang smiled, Go on, Brother Mo, I can manage on my own. Mo Chishan hesitated for a moment, then said, I shall return shortly. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. Ni Yang was a beauty who had drawn the attention of countless admirers. However, she exuded innate nobility, and given this was the Mo family's turf, not many people dared to offend her. Ni Yang sat on the sofa, eating delicate pastries and listening to the conversation among the rich wives and daughters of the wealthy families. Who was wearing a stunning diamond ring? Who was dressed in this year's trendiest fashion? When it came to trendy dresses, the rich wives and daughters all turned their eyes towards Li Xianxian in the middle of the hall. To be precise, they were focused on the dress Li Xianxian was wearing. Li Xianxian was wearing a stunning one-shoulder dress today. Designed in a gradient of blue and white colors, a layer of transparent organza was additionally adorning the dress, making the patterns on the skirt somewhat visible yet somewhat hidden. With every step she took, the organza ebbed and flowed, as if she was strolling in the clouds. It was elegantly enchanting, capturing all the attention. It far surpassed any traditional evening gown within the country. On top of that, Li Xiangxian's makeup was entirely appropriate. It was neither thick nor theatrical, just right. Along with the beautiful dress, it was definitely the most dazzling existence. Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao were watching Li Xianxian from a distance, their faces displaying their satisfaction. This kid isn't bad, she can definitely hold her own in such an environment. She made a matchless pair with Baichuan. A daughter of a prosperous family approached Li Xianxian, looking at her with envy. Xianxian, this dress of yours is stunning. Where did you get it? Li Xianxian answered gently, thank you, Miss Xiao. I made this dress myself. She made it herself? Upon hearing this, the other rich wives and heiresses were taken aback. This Li Xianxian is too incredible. She was able to make such a beautiful dress. Sister Xianxian, you're so incredibly talented. Could you teach me when you have some spare time? A young girl wearing a qipao joined them, pulling Li Xiangxian's arm with a brilliant smile, her beautiful eyes shining, and a dimple appearing charmingly on her cheek. Li Xianxian, who everyone previously thought was dazzling, was totally lost in the background the moment this girl appeared. This was like a bright star suddenly losing its shine. And the young lady in the qipao next to Li Xianxian was like an irresistibly brilliant moon. Without comparison, everyone thought traditional Chinese gowns were a bit old-fashioned. But now, Western-style gowns seemed bland compared to the qipao, which proudly showcased an unparalleled national beauty. In front of the grandiose qipao, even the slightest shadow of a Western gown was instantly lost. This is what we call heritage. How could Western culture ever compare to the heritage passed down through 5,000 years of Chinese civilization? Watching the spotlight being completely taken over by Ni Yang, Li Xianxian was grinding her teeth in anger. But she still managed to keep her polite smile. Yang, do I look like a stingy person to you? Of course I would teach you if you really want to learn. Ni Yang smiled lightly, her gaze turning towards the hem of Li Xiangxian's dress, then said, Sister Xianxian, are these flowers on the hem of your dress also hand-embroidered by you? Chapter 240 The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Hudy, Tormenting Li Xianxian _5. Li Xianxian would naturally not miss this opportunity to show off. In today's society, old customs are gradually being forgotten, and there aren't many people who can embroider. Yes, this skirt, from design to production, is all done by me. The flowers are not well embroidered, I'm afraid it might look funny to you. Murmurs of astonishment followed by hearing her words. They all praised Li Xianxian for being so talented. Pshaw! This Li Xianxian really dares to say anything. Ni Yang subtly raised an eyebrow. The skirt worn by Li Xianxian was one that Ni Yang had seen at a Paris fashion show in her past life, a creation by the famous designer LP named Blue Dream. Taking advantage of her rebirth, Li Xianxian had claimed someone else's work as her own. This kind of theft was really disgusting. Ni Yang kept her composure and had started by praising Li Xianxian enthusiastically. With the addition of everyone else's compliments and fawning, Li Xianxian was on cloud 9. The next second, Ni Yang shifted her tone, adding, I've heard that the song and bien embroidery styles are very similar, but there are also many differences, which non-professionals would not be able to identify. May I ask, Sister Xianxian, is the embroidery on this skirt done in the bien or song style? Song embroidery? Bien embroidery? Li Xianxian is not a seamstress. How could she know this? The skirt was indeed her design, but the one who made it was not her. Damn it, now Shed landed herself in a hot soup. However, Li Xianxian quickly regained her composure. After all, everyone present were high society ladies who were not familiar with the intricacies of embroidery. Thinking of this, Li Xianxian was significantly relieved. She laughed and said, it's done in the song style. Ni Yang looked at Li Xianxian with an expression of adoration, excitedly saying, Sister Xianxian, I admire you so much, you even know how to do the complex song embroidery. Li Xianxian patted Ni Yang's hand and humbly said, with deep practice, even an iron rod could be ground into a needle, it's nothing special. Virtuous, talented and modest. Everyone looked at Li Xianxian with admiration. Nonsense. If you don't understand embroidery, don't pretend to be skilled and mislead others. That is clearly Suzhou embroidery. Suddenly, an aged voice with a stern tone rang through the room. Everyone looked towards the speaker and found it to be old lady Zheng. The always amiable old lady Zheng now looked as stern as a changed person, glaring at Li Xianxian. Old lady Zheng, raising her walking stick, slowly walked towards Li Xianxian, pointedly saying, young people should remain grounded. Old lady Zheng is native to Su City. Her family had been silk dealers for generations, once specifically providing embroidery for the imperial court. Her family still preserved a plaque written by Emperor Qianlong himself, thus her words carried extraordinary weight. If this skirt was really made by Li Xianxian herself, would she not even know the type of embroidery used? Old lady Zheng deeply valued embroidery and detested young people who, under the guise of understanding embroidery, misled others with pretentious bragging. Today, Li Xianxian truly touched a raw nerve. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian turned pale. The other's gaze also changed. From initial shock and admiration, it turned to ridicule and disdain. These looks were like knives, revealing the most rotten part of Li Xianxian's inner self. Li Xianxian's back was now covered with layers of cold sweat. At this point, she wished she could just burrow into the ground. The torment of being skinned alive through people's gaze was really unbearable. It was all Ni Yang's fault. This damnable girl set a trap and she fell right in. After 1,000 calculations, Li Xianxian never expected old lady Zheng to be in the crowd. This meddlesome old hag. When Romping and his wife saw the scene, their satisfied expressions vanished in an instant. His wife, Xiao Jiao, shook her head saying, this girl is not good, she is too pretentious. She is not suitable for our Chuan. Romping nodded, I also think that our mother was mistaken this time. Where was this girl worthy of being the daughter-in-law of the Mo family? After lecturing Li Xianxian, old lady Zheng noticed Ni Yang. Her expression immediately softened again. Holding Ni Yang's hands, she said, good child, you're here too. Every time she saw this child, old lady Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Old lady Zheng. Ni Yang courteously responded. Chapter 241 The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Hudi, Tormenting Li Xianxian _6. Madame Zheng smiled and replied, my dear child, don't call me old lady. Just call me grandma. Our Xianjing is about the same age as you. Ni Yang, ever the sweet talker, immediately addressed her as grandma. Seeing Madame Zheng's response, Li Xianxian became even more frustrated. Why did everyone seem to favor Ni Yang? Was she predestined to be a stepping stone for Ni Yang? Ni Yang deserved to die. Madame Zheng deserved to die. The whole lot of them deserved to die. Xianxian, just then, a hand gripped Li Xianxian's wrist. Li Xianxian looked up and saw Baichuan, shining brilliantly. Baichuan, she sighed as she tightened her grip on his hand. She still had Baichuan. As long as she held a place in Baichuan's heart, she hadn't lost. Come with me. I'm going to introduce you to my parents, Baichuan said, leading Li Xianxian away. Baichuan did this on purpose. He deliberately walked away with Li Xianxian in front of Ni Yang, hoping to provoke Ni Yang's jealousy. In Baichuan's view, the only reason Ni Yang had embarrassed Li Xianxian in public was because of him. Why else would Ni Yang have provoked Li Xianxian for no reason? What Baichuan didn't expect, however, was that Ni Yang would not cast him even a single glance. Is she still playing? Baichuan's eyes dimmed, and without realizing it, his grip tightened. Li Xianxian gasped involuntarily, hurt by his strong grasp. Was Baichuan gripping her wrist so tightly because he was afraid of losing her? Yes, it must be so. With this comforting thought in mind, Li Xianxian glanced coyly at Baichuan, her eyes full of playfulness. Knowing that she was about to meet her future parents-in-law, Li Xianxian's heart raced with excitement. Mom, Dad, this is Xianxian, Baichuan introduced Li Xianxian to Mo Rongping and Xiu Jiao. But Mo Rongping and Xiu Jiao's attitude wasn't as enthusiastic as Li Xianxian had expected. They merely nodded politely, then quickly excused themselves. They didn't even initiate a conversation with Li Xianxian. What was going on? Li Xianxian, who had managed to stay calm, instantly paled. She couldn't shake the feeling that Baichuan's parents didn't seem to like her. But she was the chosen future daughter-in-law of the Mo family. Baichuan's gaze unwittingly swept over Ni Yang. Seeing Ni Yang walking over in high spirits, chatting and laughing with Madame Zheng, he lowered his head to Li Xianxian and said, "You shouldn't care too much about my parents' attitudes. They're just like that." Comforted by Baichuan's words, Li Xianxian felt at ease. She gave a soft nod and said, "I understand." The sight of Baichuan walking hand in hand with Li Xianxian aroused envy in many of prominent families' daughters. Baichuan. The most eligible bachelor in the Mo family. Baichuan was near perfect, his only flaw being his taste in women. How could he fancy someone like Li Xianxian who was so vain and pretentious? Despite parading Li Xianxian all over the hall, Baichuan failed to attract a single glance from Ni Yang. As 10 minutes ticked by, he felt increasingly frustrated. He loosened his tie, let go of Li Xianxian's hand, and made his way to the upstairs study citing some work-related reason. Li Xianxian, always understanding, followed suit. "Baichuan, let me accompany you. Perhaps I can be of some help." Without turning back, Baichuan said, "No need. I can handle it myself." Disappointed, Li Xianxian halted, standing there, gazing at Baichuan's receding figure in a daze. Jing Xianjing, naturally in attendance at such an important banquet, wasn't by Madame Zheng's side. She was off looking for Mo Qishan. She would never pass up an opportunity for some time alone with Mo Qishan. Her perseverance paid off, eventually leading her to Mo Qishan at the back of the Mo residence. "Uncle Mo," Jing Xianjing greeted, rushing towards him with a smile. Mo Qishan subtly stepped back to maintain some distance from Jing Xianjing. "Do you need something?" "Uncle Mo, what are you so busy with? Is there anything I can help you with?" Jing Xianjing continued asking. "No need." Mo Qishan abruptly began walking back to the main hall. "Uncle Mo," Jing Xianjing hurried forward to keep pace with him. "Don't walk so fast, I can hardly keep up with you." Mo Qishan turned back irritably and retorted, "Why are you being such a pesky fly? Can't you back off a bit?" If Ni Yang noticed this, he'd be in mortal trouble. Even the Yellow River would not be enough to cleanse him. With a pitiful face, Jing Xianjing sighed, her eyes beginning to well up. "Uncle Mo, what don't you like about me? I can change." Chapter 242 The Truth About Plotting Against Mo Huti, torturing Li Xianxian _7 Mo Qishan gave her an up and down look. "I'm just a worthless reject who's had his engagement broken off, Miss Zheng. You'd better not waste your time on me." "No. You're not worthless," Jing Xianjing declared firmly. "Even if the whole world looks down on you, I won't. Uncle Mo, in my heart, you're just like a hero. Only someone as blind as Zhao Jingrong would consider Mo Qishan worthless. Just wait. Soon there will be a day of regret for Zhao Jingrong. At that point, she will be envied by everyone." With this in mind, a light quickly flashed in Jing Xianjing's eyes. "Hero?" Mo Qishan sneered with a curl of his lip. "May I ask what heroic deed I've accomplished to move you? To make you so sure that I'm not worthless?" Mo Qishan, to the outside world, is a complete loss. No education. No respectable job. Every day he just idles about, waiting for death. He is avoided by the spoilt rich girls in their circle. Jing Xianjing knows nothing about Immerse, yet firmly believes that he isn't worthless. These words are just too hypocritical. Jing Xianjing is so set on him, she must have seen something that she's not supposed to see. In Immerse's heart, Jing Xianjing and Zhao Jingrong, who climbs and steps on people, are no different, both carrying a mask of vanity that is just nauseating. Immerse narrowed his eyes inconspicuously. Jing Xianjing continued, Uncle Mo, I know you're not worthless. One day, you will rise to great heights. Stay away from me, Immerse said coldly with a disgusted look in his eyes, you're just making me feel nauseous. Upon finishing his statement, Immerse turned and walked away abruptly. Jing Xianjing was left stunned. The development of events seemed a bit off. She believed in Immerse so much, he should be very touched. At this time, apart from her, there was no one else who would believe in Immerse. No way. She can't admit defeat so easily. She must hold on to Immerse tightly and get him to stay by her side. Jing Xianjing turned and followed Immerse out the door. As soon as she reached the lobby, she saw a very disturbing scene. There she saw Yang, the little wench, affectionately addressing Madame Zheng as grandma. Madame Zheng was beside herself with joy. Jing Xianjing knew Madame Zheng all too well. She knew Madame Zheng's smile was genuinely happy. This damn old lady. Does she even know who her real granddaughter is? Yang, that little wench, was absolutely shameless too, daring to call Madame Zheng grandma. Who did she think she was? Jing Xianjing swallowed her anger and walked over to Madame Zheng with a smile, Grandma, young divine doctor. Xianjing is here, Madame Zheng warmly took Jing Xianjing's hand. Just look, I just acknowledged a younger sister for you. Don't call me divine doctor anymore, it's too formal, just call her sister, it's much better. Madame Zheng genuinely liked Yang, otherwise, she wouldn't have said so. Damn old woman. Jing Xianjing cursed Madame Zheng in her heart 1,000 times over, but her voice was still soft when she said, Hello, sister. One should never hit a smiling face. Although Yang knew Jing Xianjing didn't like her, she still greeted her with a smile, Sister Xianjing. Jing Xianjing didn't want Madame Zheng and Yang to be alone together. Her intuition told her that if these two were left alone for a long time, something bad was bound to happen. Grandma, it's too stuffy in here. Let me take you out for a walk. Yang, you come too, Madame Zheng pulled Yang along. Since Jing Xianjing didn't like Yang wasn't going to make herself uncomfortable either. She wasn't a masochist. Grandma, you go with Sister Xianjing. I'm going to find Brother Mo. Brother Mo? Jing Xianjing narrowed her eyes subtly. Was Yang's brother Mo referring to Mo Qishan or Mo Baichuan? It should be Mo Baichuan, right? A social climber like Yang would surely not see Mo Qishan as worth her time. Thinking about this settled Jing Xianjing's heart somewhat, and she took Madame Zheng out the door. Yang elegantly walked towards the right side of the lobby. Here, Yang had to admit to Li Xiangxian's superior socializing skills. Li Xianxian, who was initially disliked by everyone, was now surrounded like a star among a crowd of rich young ladies. Miss Li, you really have a way to buy the limited edition Ice Skin Jade Whitening Moisturizer? Li Xianxian nodded, her tone gentle, yes, really. Why would I deceive everyone? Miss Li, could you help me get one? I haven't been able to buy a second one since I bought the first. I want one too. Me too. Li Xianxian raised her hand, don't worry, one at a time. I have some connections with the boss of Ice Skin Jade. One believe he will do me a favor. The brand Ice Skin Jade had already gained popularity in the upper social circles, especially the whitening moisturizer, which was highly sought after by this group of people. Because the effects were just too good, and almost as soon as it was produced, it was bought out immediately. Honestly, owning a bottle of whitening moisturizer was a sign of status in this circle. Ni Yang's moisturizer for the next month had already been ordered by a mysterious buyer. Looking at Li Xiangxian's confident look now, this mysterious buyer was probably her. Seeing Xiangxian's confident look, Ni Yang lightly curled her lips. An opportunity to make money was in sight. You're tuning into the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.